right, we're jumping right into action here at the 2026 Portland Track Festival. We're back in the Electric Forest here at Lewis and Clark College. It's a beautiful day here in Portland, Oregon. We'll be coming to you live all weekend here, Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow night we'll cap off the day with the hot window, world famous hot window. We're packing the steeplechases in there this year, moving them from Saturday night. So tonight the top action on the track will be the 10,000 meter races. But we're starting off here with the 2,000 meter steeplechase races. There's Masters, Open, and Youth steeplechasers all on the track together. They're getting their instructions down on the line right now. We're going to be rolling through a couple of these 2,000 meter steeplechase races, and we'll get into some open 800 meter races and open 5,000 meter races, and then one heat of the men's high performance steeplechase, and then we'll get to the premium racing tonight, the men's and women's 10,000 meters, bronze level events here at the Portland Track Festival. And 2,000 meters, 5 laps on the track. They're backing up a little bit, as it'll be a separate starting line, taking into account the steeple pit. Later on in the evening, I'll be accompanied by Will Lear, who will join me in the booth for the 10,000 meter races, maybe a little before that as well. And tomorrow, we'll be here all day. Action starts at 3:05 p.m. on Sunday, and then we'll roll all the way through to about 9:05 in the evening. You can find us on YouTube, Tracklandia YouTube channel. You can find us at TRACKLND.com. You can watch for free there, either place. And then you can also find us at USATF.tv. Tomorrow, the hot window will be shown on the Rose City Sportsnet on TV here in Portland. And all of those other spots, too, you can find the action. So tell your friends, tune in. Be sure to check out the cool functionality on the new TRACKLND site, TRACKLND.com, TRACKLND.com. Now we're about to begin the first event of the 2026 Portland Track Festival. Maddie Carney on the track, Cassidy Smart, Kaya Merrill, and Sherry Boyle, Rachel Hopkins. Sherry Boyle races this event every single year here at PTF. Ava White out there as well as Melina Wilson. So athletes getting their instructions right now. Bruce Davis, the longtime official here in Oregon, giving them their instructions. And they will have assistance from the wave light here, as will all races at the Portland Track Festival this year. And a robust schedule beginning here at 5 p.m. will conclude tonight just after 9 o'clock Pacific time. The wave light pace here, 7 minutes for the 2,000 meter steeplechase. And here they're off and running. You can see the green light next to them. That's the wave light we'll be referring to all weekend here, just to gauge where the athletes are out here on the track. And that's Sherry Boyle jumping to an early lead. She knows what it's like to race out here on the calendar every single year. And we've got 5 athletes on the track. So that's Maddie Carney, Kaya Merrill of Pacer Project. Maddie Carney runs for Cinder Track Club. Sherry Boyle out in the lead. Ava White and Melina Wilson. Cassidy Smart and Rachel Hopkins have scratched this event. But Boyle in the 2,000 meter steeplechase, PR of 7:30. And we know the wave lights are set for 7 flat. Through the first barrier, or through the first pit, and onto the home straightaway here. Crowd below them cheering them on. Crowd below us, we're high up in the grandstand here. The old wooden grandstand here at Lewis and Clark College, reminiscent of the old wooden grandstands at Hayward Field. You can call it Wayward Field out here in Portland. We'll have some new additions this year at the Portland Track Festival. We, of course, have the living room back with David Ribbich down there. He'll be doing some interviews. And we'll have a beer garden tomorrow, Jerry's Trackside Tavern. And that's brought to you by Jerry's Tavern here, a local favorite, Northwest Industrial area, Portland. But down the back straightaway, that's Maddie Carney in the lead. She came through in 90 seconds for the first lap. And she's approaching the pit right now. Up and over. Kaya Merrill there in second and Sherry Boyle in third. Carney, 2 laps in the bank here. 3 to go, the 2,000 meter steeplechase. And she's followed by Kaya Merrill and Sherry Boyle. Sherry Boyle, Canadian athlete that comes down here every year. 53 years old, running the steeplechase still. And sitting in that third position. Carney with a big lead now. She's running this race in the third lap all by herself. Over the pit once again. In lap 2 for Maddie Carney, that was a 1:24, but she's coming up to the third lap right now. So she went 1:30, then 1:24. See what this lap's going to be. 2 remaining for Maddie Carney at the front from the Cinder Track Club, and that was a 1:27, so she splits the difference. And the wave lights are about half a straightaway ahead of her. And those lights are set for 7-minute pace. Following this race, we'll have the boys and men's steeplechase at 5:15, 2,000 meters. So masters runners and young athletes in that one as well. .2,000 meters seldom run but we give the opportunity to do so here at PTF every year. The Rose City PT 3,000 meter steeplechase races will take place tomorrow evening to open the hot window. Maddie Carney coming up here. And here's the bell, 1 lap to go. That was a 1:33 for Maddie Carney. 5:55.6 through 4 laps. And now it looks like Sherry Boyle has moved her way back into second place. And here comes Boyle. 1 lap to go. And Boyle with a 6:23 through 4 laps. A 1:36. Boyle's gone 1:32, 1:36, 1:37, 1:36. And Carney within 200 meters to go now. There's a small group assembling in front of the pit to watch her go over it for the last time. And it looks like those athletes will be towing the line shortly here. And here comes Maddie Carney clearing the last barrier. Nothing but track between her and the finish line now. And the tape rolls out. Try to get a little more of that tape for Maddie up there. And there it is. She crosses the line. 7:24 on the clock. She'll take the win in the first race to open the Portland Track Festival here. Closing it down 1:28 for her last lap. And here comes Sherry Boyle down the straightaway. Boyle making her way to the line. And she'll cross in second with a season's best of 7:52. Kaya Merrill comes up in third for the Pacer Project. Boyle closing in 1:29, so gets under 6-minute pace for that last lap. Kaya Merrill 8:03. 8:03.17, so a small PR for her coming into this race in 8:03.93. Yeah, we got athletes coming in, still on the track here. This is Ava White. Ava White, a 7th grader, finishing her 2,000-meter steeplechase race. And she'll cross the line and pick up that 4th spot, 8:53 on the clock. And your final finisher, Melina Wilson, out on the track. And she's got a lap remaining here. She comes through 4 laps, 9:09. Wilson, an 8th grader out there, getting her feet wet in the steeplechase for the first time. We'll move into the boys and men's steeplechase shortly after this, 2,000-meter steeplechase. And then rolling down the list, we've got the Open Women's 800 next. The Open Men's 800-meter following that, and then the Open Men's 5,000-meter and Open Women's 5,000-meter races. And the open sections are always packed here at the Portland Track Festival too, as athletes fly in from around the country to race here in the open sections, not just the high performance sections and the hot window, but open as well. They partake in the fast electric action on the track here, and then find a seat in the stands to watch the high performance and hot window sections. We ratchet the pace down ever so slightly throughout the weekend here at the Portland Track Festival. So each section faster than the next. We break the meet up into blocks. The open one, the open block, the high performance block, the hot window. Within the high performance section, we have the world famous Portland versus Seattle and now versus San Francisco scored 3K for the Cascadia Axe. Here comes Melina Wilson. She's finishing up and really finishing this thing strong as the crowd roars. And you can see her gritting it out on the screen. Beautiful finish there. And hugs from the other competitors. They know it's tough to get over the barriers. But now she could settle in, grab something from the food truck outside, grab a seat in the stands, and watch the rest of the action. Beautiful view of the stadium here at Lewis and Clark. One of the finest tracks in these United States. We're surrounded by a grove of trees here. Keeps in the energy, keeps in the electricity. It blocks out the wind from this facility, so it's a fast track. We've seen many great times here over the years, and this meets 18-year history. And we can see Sherry Boyle there on the screen and Rachel Hopkins. Boyle, been coming to this meet for years and years. I know we've seen her race a number of times. And as you pour through the Portland Track photo albums, there's definitely Sherry Boyle in a lot of those. It's great to see her out once again. But we're setting up for the boys and men's 2,000 meter steeplechase here. The barriers are being raised. And remember, this is just the very beginning of the Portland Track Festival this year, too. We'll be going till after 9 p.m. tonight. So after the ball drops on the East Coast, we'll be here on the West Coast. And then tomorrow, we'll open things up again at 3:10. That's when racing starts here. And then we'll close it down with the hot window going from 7:30 to 9:05 tomorrow evening. And there you can get a good glimpse of Jerry's Trackside Tavern as we see the start list for the 2,000 meter steeplechase populate on screen. Open and high school here. So it's a battle of the ages. Generation versus generation. Maybe some Gen Xers in there, some millennials, some Gen Zs. You got Gavin Luttrell, Sam Kampf, Hayden Fish, Woodrow Marable, Christopher Thompson, Trayton Good, Benjamin Glinsky, Braden Ford, Hernan Gary, and Simon Ruby. And there they are on the line, shaking out. Some hot unis on the track out there. We got speed suits, We got, looks like a tie-dye mix. Maybe that's the Oregon Distance Project. I see a few athletes in that kit out there. And we're roughly 73 degrees here in Portland. Beautiful afternoon in the shadow of Mount Hood. We're high up on the Palatine Hill here at Lewis and Clark above the Willamette River. And here we go, the boys assembling on the line. I see a lot of high schoolers out there. Not sure I see too many boomers or Gen Xers in this open high school 2,000 meter steeplechase. You saw that was Chris Reed who walked across the screen. He's the track coach here at Lewis and Clark College. Boys getting their instructions here. Wavelight is set for 6:30 for this boys race. And it's a big field. It looks like 16 athletes in total on the line as they get their instructions. Big thank you to all of our partners who made this event happen. We got Nike Running, USATF, Prosper Portland, Running Warehouse, Shamrock Run Fest, and DSC Dreamcell, and also Rose City PT. Keeps us all moving here in Portland. And here we go, the 2,000 meter steeplechase high school section. I think it might be safe to just call it a high school section at this point, from the looks of it. And out fast, beating the Wavelight right now. Wavelight, as we said, set for 6:30. And we go over the first barrier here. Oh, there's many ways to get over the barrier. You just have to do it. And there we go. There's the pit. Try and hold on the pit for a little bit. See everybody get through. Oh, there we go. See it in the background. It's a splash pad back there. Up front, this is Gavin Luttrell leading the crew, and he's followed by Hayden Fish. And about a 1:14 first lap for Luttrell, and a 1:17 for Hayden Fish following him. Then Sam Camp and Derek Tornstra from Triple Distance. But that's Luttrell striding out on the back stretch. And he's looking smooth, creating a gap for himself of about 25, 30 meters. Back to Fish. As they pass all of the club banners on the back stretch. 10 Portland clubs. Oh! Gavin takes a spill, but he's able to maintain the lead here as we look back at the pit. Let's see everybody coming through. And back to Luttrell. Luttrell's just trying to cool off in this warm Oregon summer. Two laps down for Gavin Luttrell. And a 1:18 for Luttrell, who led off in a 1:14. So Toornstra now takes over in that second position. Sam Kampf behind him. But Luttrell still with a big lead, even with that stumble over the barrier. And rounding the bend once again. Here comes Luttrell back up to the pit. And through a little safer that time. As he's got the lead and he's in front of the lights, set at 6:30 pace, and Toornstra and Kampf behind him. And that's Hayden Fish sitting in 4th place. So down the straightaway, Luttrell, 3 down, 2 to go. And a 1:19 for that third lap for Gavin Luttrell. Luttrell's got a PR of 6:55, junior athlete here. And he's right on now the 6:30 wave lights. You could see them on his inside. So if he could stick there, that would be a big PR for him. And stepping over these barriers. Looks like we've got Sam Kampf making a move now. Trying to get up to Luttrell. This could shape up to be an exciting finish here. Oh, through the barrier again, through the pit. Looking no worse for wear. And Kampf and Toornstra. Luttrell with a look back over his shoulder. We'll see how he's measured this effort here as he gets to the line. With a lap remaining, there's the bell for Luttrell. Luttrell holding on with a 1:23 for that lap. And then Toornstra with his sights set squarely on Luttrell now. Derek Toornstra in second and Sam Kampf in 3rd place. Luttrell chugging down the back stretch. And Toornstra gaining with every stride here. We may see him in the picture very soon, as this is all Gavin Luttrell at the moment. And here he goes over the barrier once again. And you can see Toornstra in the background. Luttrell rounding the bend here. Looking over his shoulders. Toornstra hot on his heels now, and we've got a race on our hands as this is Luttrell and Toornstra neck and neck. Who's going to take it? Luttrell has led this whole thing, but now it's Toornstra taking the lead. And Toornstra will get there to the line first. Barely beating the tape out there. Toornstra with a 6:40. And he'll take the win. Toornstra for triple distance. Gavin Luttrell coming in 2nd place with a 6:41. And a PR for him still as he came into this race with a 6:55. Sam Kampf in 3rd. PR for him as well, 6:52, beating his 6:59. As they're all streaming into the finish line now, completing their 5 laps on the track over barriers and through the water pit. And Trayton Good, 7:02, comes up for 4th. Oh, it's a race here. We got Hayden Fish in 5th and 7:10. Braden Ford, 7:13 in 6th. Derek Kaywood, 7:15. Skylar Picard, 7:20. Hernan Gary, 7:24. And it looks like that race that we just saw, well, we saw Christopher Thompson come through in 7:44, and then Caden Loftus, 7:45, and Robert Rogers, 7:45 as well, neck and neck. Boys, 2,000-meter steeplechase here in the books. And we got another one sprinting into the finish here, closing out his race nicely. That was Ethan Sullivan of triple distance, finishing up in 8:38. And there he is, high fives all around. Looks like some of them got a bit wet out there. It's all fun and games, though, to start out the Portland Track Festival here. And we're just getting going for this weekend. Steeplechases 2,000-meter editions in the books, and now we will make our way to the open 800-meter races. First up, we'll have the women's open 800 meters, 2 sections of that, followed by 5 sections of the open men's 800 meters, and we'll get progressively faster throughout these sections. Barriers being moved off the track right now. A number of great races set to take place tomorrow evening in the hot window. Cap off the evening in the men's 1500. It's taken 3:53, or the equivalent of that in the mile, to make the hot heat this year for the 1500. That is the Nike Running men's hot heat 1500. So you have to run 3:36 to get into that race. Last year we saw Fawad Masoudi win that thing. And on the women's side last year, Sinclair Johnson took it in 4:01, close to that 4-flat meet record run by Carissa Schweitzer. This year, Cinta Vissa from the On Athletics Club is the top competitor. She's run 3:58 for the 1500, the Italian runner. We'll see what she can do tomorrow. But women's 800 open athletes assembling near the start line. 2 sections of this will take place on the track. And they're being called to the line now. Tomorrow in the Shamrock Run Fest women's 800 meter in the hot window, we'll have Sadie Henderson in there. She's run 1:58. Taya Shelby, fresh off her 2-flat 02, 800 this year. Hannah Ballo of Adidas has run 2 flat 56. She'll be in the race also. Michaela Meyer, 158 runner also. She's in it. See who can take that event this year. Last year that was won by Jess Hull, Olympic 1500 meter medalist. Pete Castro down there, the official, giving everybody their instructions as we get this first heat of the Women's Open 800 meter on the track. Got some athletes in here from the Peninsula Distance Club down in the Bay Area, the Rose City Track Club, right here in Portland, Oregon, hometown club. In this race, some athletes coming down from Victoria and Vancouver. The Thunderbirds from Vancouver, always a strong presence here in the Electric Forest. And Club Northwest from Seattle, represented on the line here too by Katie French. And we've got 11 athletes on the line. And here we go, off and running. The wave light is set for 2:15 for this section and set to come through in 66 through the 400 meters. So we've got Monica Arcadi in this, Sophia Cambridge, Katie French, Shayla Chavero, Kristen Shaw, Sienna Boulds, Tegan Rinner, Grace Houlihan, Laura Deniel, Sonia Jones, and Alice Barton. Out and around the bend here as we're getting a glimpse through the crowd of this 800 meter race. Smooth running up front. And this is Sophia Cambridge at the front, followed by Katie French in that Club Northwest orange in second place. Through in about 64 high, 65. So 2:15 is what the wave light is set for. They were set to go through 66, but a little under that as the pack bunches up again behind Sophia Cambridge. And now some movement. And I believe that is Tegan Rinner, who is making a charge down the back straightaway. Cambridge giving chase, not willing to let go just yet. And Rinner in the pink top with Cambridge on her outside shoulder. And then Sienna Boulds, but here comes Cambridge back to retake the lead. And Cambridge with the lead down the home straightaway. Cambridge, Rinner, and Boulds. Can Cambridge hold on for this one? She can and she will. 2:15, 2:14.94 unofficially. Coming through in 64.9 and then closing it out in 69.9. That is a PR for Sophia Cambridge, coming into this with a 2:16.9 and coming out of it with a 2:14.9. Tegan Rinner, 2:15 on the clock for her, and Sienna Boulds, 2:16. Katie French will hold on for fourth from Club Northwest, 2:17. And of course, we'll see a number of Club Northwest runners tomorrow in the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. Last year, Seattle took the Cascadia Axe for the third time in the event's history. So they've held on to it for an entire year, and Portland has waited patiently for an opportunity to get it back. Here we go, the second section of the open women's 800 meters, stepping to the line now. The wave light for this section set for 2:08 pace, 62 seconds through the quarter, and 66 through the second quarter. That's what the wave light is set for. So if they run this right with the wave light, we'll expect a 4-second drop in time. Positive split. Peninsula Distance Club represented in this, JJ Escarella in lane 2 and Carmen Mejia in lane 7. Lucy Brookham of the Rose City Track Club in lane, wearing hip 10 in here. She's in the outside. And here we go. Off and running around the bend. Women's 800 meters. Second section. And that's Brookham on the inside in second position. Caroline Sudbeck on the outside of her. And now Sudbeck moves into the second position, as that's JJ Escarella of the Peninsula Distance Club in first place, looking for that 62-second opening lap. And they're bunched up behind her. Alex Matora in there as well, and she's in the light blue Brooks kit on the outside. Escarella looking strong at the front, and Matora on the outside. 64.4 for the first lap. And it's Escarella and Matora. Sudbeck now in fourth. There's Aiden Anspach in third. Escarella maintaining this lead now over Matora, and Matora looks like she's in a great spot here to possibly make something happen as they get inside 200 meters to go. Matora now challenging on the outside on the turn. We'll see if she has the strength to overtake and get into that inside lane. But at this point, it might not be beneficial for her to even get that inside lane. She'll just stay there as she gets down the home stretch. Matora now gets the lead. Escarella, Brookham on the outside for Rose City Track Club. And now it's Lucy Brookham. And she'll get to the front and she'll take the victory here. Lucy Brookham of the Rose City Track Club will take the victory in 2:10.84. Running even splits. 105.11 and 105.73. Matora holds on for second, 2:11.6. JJ Escarella, 2:11.86. A season's best for her. And there's Brookham on the screen, elated with her victory here in the hometown. And she's being taken over to the couch, it looks like. Rose City Track Club, a great club in the city. One of many clubs that will see banners on the backstretch hanging up, but last week we just came off of the Rose City Mile, hosted by the Rose City Track Club, a great event for all ages and all abilities. Top sections were actually won in 4:05 and 4:40, so not bad at all. Portland's a very fast town. And now we're moving our way to the open men's section of the 800 meters. 5 sections of the open men's 800 meters. So we'll get to see them go progressively faster. This one, the wave light is slated for 157, 56 through the quarter. So it looks like for much of these 800s, we're looking at a 4-second positive split as the ideal scenario. And here we go, down the back straightaway. First section of the men's open 800 meters. And remember, the wave light set for 157 here. We'll see how they can open up. As this is Zachary Hardiman, who is jumping out to the early lead. And he'll come through the first lap in 56.84. Anthony Wilson on his heels, 57.6. Hardiman and Wilson. Wilson moving up onto Hardiman's shoulder there, as we can see Zach Thompson in that third position. The three of them have separated. And tightening it up now. Wilson looking to make a move as Hardiman still in front, but now on to the final stretch. And Hardiman trying to keep it together, as it looks like Zach Thompson takes the lead now from the Oh Yes Athletics, and he'll take the and results populating now. But it looks like that might have been Killian Sistone with a 158.98. And then Anthony Wilson. And now we're moving on to the second heat of the open men's 800 meters. First heat down, 158 on the clock for the first heat of the open sections. So we got a sub-2 to kick us off. And now Daniel Carr in this, Anders Curtis, Colston Book, Roderick Soto, Alejandro Abnall, Dixon Clayson, Jess Vanderwalker, Andrew Talius, and Peyton Johnson as they're moving now. Wave light for this heat. And this is 157 on the clock here, or for the wave light. So looking for that 56 opener, followed by a 61 lap. And a bunched up pack out there in the front as they decide who is going to get the second position right behind the front runner. It looks like a Central Catholic man up there. And that's Jess Vanderwalker from the Stark Street Portland Track Club. Wearing the Central Catholic kit. And that's a 60 flat for Vanderwalker through the first lap, followed by Alejandro Abnal and Anders Curtis. Colston Book in fourth position. Flying down the backstretch now. It looks like Alejandro Abnal has taken the lead. And now inside 200 meters to go. Vanderwalker still very much in this race. There's some movement behind him also. Daniel Carr coming up into third position, but is Vanderwalker challenging Abnal. And now Vanderwalker back to the front after leading the beginning of this race. And it'll be Vanderwalker who takes the win right here in his hometown. 1:59 on the clock. And a PR for Vanderwalker coming into this race with a 2:01, leaving with 1:59. And looking like there might be more in the tank there too. As he led in the beginning, was overtaken, and then came back. That's a tough thing to do in the 800. So 2 heats of the men's open 800 meters in the books. .158 for the first heat, 1:59 for the second heat, and the third heat on the track right now. Looks like the third heat. Wave light is set for 1:54. So we're getting progressively faster with each one of these heats. We got Noe Ortega on the line, Ben Whitmore, George Coons, Sam Fleming, Brendan O'Brien, Armand Panu, Mitch Hamlin, Zachariah O'Keefe, James Dowdy, and on the outside, Dowdy looks like he's easing his way into the front. And they get to 200 meters in about 27 seconds, so they're looking for that 1:54 pace. They want 54.5 at the lap. And it looks like this might be Zachariah O'Keefe at the front. And the fans are screaming, "Go Zach," so I assume that's who it is. Driving him through here in 56.24, and the pack strung out behind him. Mitch Hamlin in second position, James Dowdy, and Armand Panu. It's a nice pace train for this 800 meters, as now there's some thinking about who wants to take the lead and some shuffling, as Dowdy looks like he wants to get up there and fight for it. O'Keefe now in second position, now in third position, and that's Dowdy to the front. And Panu in second. And this is Dowdy. James Dowdy leading down the home straightaway. And followed by Brendan O'Brien. Dowdy coming to the line. And he'll get there in 1:54, it looks like. 1:54.92 for James Dowdy. And then Brendan O'Brien, 1:55.8. And then Armand Panu, 156. Ben Whitmore, 156. And Sam Fleming, 157. So 154, the time to beat now on the clock. 154.92 for James Dowdy. As we move to the fourth heat of the open men's 800 meters. And now this one, we're looking for a wave light pace of 153. So they want a 54 opening quarter. Jesse Jarinka in this. Amon Dillon, Basil Parkins, Adam Keehee, Nolan Galloway, Cooper Dix, Mason Morikawa, and Cohen Strub. Attempting to run this 153 here, and 154.92 the time to beat. Cutting in down the back stretch. And shuffling into position now. We'll see what they get to the 200 meter at, about 27 seconds. So everybody's in contention right now. They're well capable of running this pace. As Adam Keehee leads them out, followed by Cooper Dix on the outside. And on the inside, that's Nolan Galloway. So Cooper Dix now making his way to the front. And Dix will get to the bell, 55.6 on the clock. And all of these guys capable of staying up with him at this pace. Nolan Galloway makes a move down the backstretch, and he's in the front now, coming down from the University of Victoria. Through 600 meters in about 123. Galloway really working on this field right now. And he's got nothing on his mind but the finish line, as he's ahead of the lights right now and ahead of the field. Nolan Galloway sprinting to the line from Canada, and he'll take the win here in 152. 152.34 for Nolan Galloway. Fastest time of the day so far. Cooper Dix in second place, 154.43. And Amon Dillon, 154.44. Basil Parkins, 154.44 as well. Those third and fourth positions tied to the 100th. Adam Keehee, 155.11 for fifth. Cohen Strub, 155.42. So first, second, third, fourth, and fifth with PRs here. And seventh as Jesse Jarinka comes in with a 155.89. And rounding out the field, Mason Morikawa with a 156.32. And now our final section of the open men's 800 meters on the line. The pace for this section. Does that seem right? 146, it says. The desired wavelight pace. And Devin Dixon was supposed to be on the line here, but I don't see him out there. Devin Dixon, the once Texas A&M runner, and Brooks Beast. But no, I don't see Devin Dixon out there, so this may not be a 146 race, but we'll see. We've got Jack Butterfield in here, Ethan Meyer, Kai Ducey, Adrian Wellmeyer, Tyon McLeish, Gabriel Morrow, and Andrew Tallius. Wavelight may have been corrected, but we will see. As they get to 200 meters and about 26 high. So that's Ethan Meyer out front, followed by McLeish. And then Gabriel Morrow of the University of Portland Pilots in third position. Another Canadian, Meyer from Calgary, and he'll come through in 54.4. So the University of Calgary athlete now with a good lead over McLeish. Came through in 55.05, but that gap is extending as Meyer is looking strong down the backstretch, getting to 600 meters in 120 high, maybe 121. It's still staying strong and composed here. This is Ethan Meyer making his way from Canada to Portland, Oregon for the purposes of winning this final section of the Open Men's 800 meters. And he will deliver in a 149 high. Let's see what it comes through unofficially. 150.25. So a narrow personal best for Ethan Meyer. We'll call it a PB because he's Canadian. Coming into this race, 150.95 was his best, and he just ran 150.25. Kai Ducey, his teammate from University of Calgary, in second, 152.37. The Portland pilot, Gabriel Morrow, in third, 154.51. And there he is, your champion, Ethan Meyer. He'll take the Open 800 block. 5 heats, and he comes away with the fastest time out of all of them, 150.25. Put that on your resume here. The Open Section 800 champion, the 2026 Portland Track Festival. And that'll conclude our Open 800 meter heats here at PTF. Kicking this off on the Saturday. Sunday, we will see the high performance sections of the 800 meters. Going to be some speedy ones out there. And then Sunday evening, we'll have the Prosper Portland men's 800 meters in the hot window. We'll feature some greats out there. Isaiah Jewett, Alex Amanqua, Eidos Ibadine, Shane Cohen will be here. Remember his NCAA win fondly, 144 man. And everybody's favorite runner, Craig Engels, will be in that race as well. 2-time champion at the Portland Track Festival. Those were in 1,500 races in 2019 and 2021, but he's no stranger to the 800 here as well. We'll see how he fares against that field. Looking to potentially take a shot at Donovan Brazier's meet record, 143.81, which was set last year. And we're going to get ready to go down to the couch as they set up for 5,000 meter open races. And we're going to send you downstairs right now with David Ribich on the couch.
Seated here in the Portland Track Festival living room with Ethan Meyer, winner of Section 1 of the men's 800, 150.2, a new personal best, but you're just saying you want a little bit more. But talk about today's race and kind of how that went out for you.
Yeah, got out good off the line. First 200 split was good. Saw the 400 split, knew I had to have a strong second lap for sure. Executed the race plan. Backstretch was really good. Just didn't quite have it to get that sub 150, but hard to be mad with a PB.
It's hard to be mad with a PB, especially in a lot of that early work, like you're saying, dropping 0.7 off your personal best. Sub 150 was the ultimate goal, but you're back here tomorrow now racing a 1500. So kind of talk about today's race and then tomorrow's execution.
Yeah, today was good. Definitely going to carry positive momentum into tomorrow. Definitely super excited for the 15. Like, I'm from Calgary, so racing at a bit of elevation all year round is a little bit difficult. So coming down to Portland at sea level is going to be nice for the 1500. So going to commit tomorrow and see what I can do.
Well, we're looking forward to cheering you on tomorrow. And lastly, any shout-outs you want to give on the broadcast? Anyone at home watching you?
Yeah, shout out to my parents back home in Calgary watching. Mom got the live stream for today, and then shout out to my coach back home. Couldn't make it out, but definitely had good support from him today. Had a phone call with him, made sure we had the race plan down, and really helped through thinking through the race. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, great job today, and best of luck tomorrow. We'll be cheering you on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, entering the 1500 tomorrow as well. We'll see how we can do it double. 150.25. It's a great start here. 1500 meter sections tomorrow. We'll have the open 15s, high performance 15s, and of course the hot window Nike running men's 1500. Many have tried, and none have succeeded since Evan Jager's meet record of 3:32.97, which was set in 2015. Legendary. At the time, it was the fastest by an American on American soil, since been eclipsed. But it has stood the test of time here at the Portland Track Festival, as we've had a few winners run 3:33, but none have eclipsed 3:32.97. We'll see if that can be done tomorrow with the field we have assembled. But a great win for Ethan Meyer in the open men's 800 meters. And soon we'll turn our attention to the open 5,000 meter races. We're going to start out with the men's open 5,000 meter races. We'll have 4 sections of those. So runners coming from around the country and even outside of the country, as we've seen Canadian runners entering the open sections here already. And that's only the action of the first day here at the Portland Track Festival. You can join us all weekend long, watching for free at TRACKLND.com or the Tracklandia YouTube channel or USATF.tv, and then you can watch in all of those places the hot window, or if you're in Portland on TV, you can watch on Rose City Sportsnet. All right, we're setting up for the men's open 800 or 5,000 meter races here, excuse me. 4 heats of the open men's 5,000 meters. And we'll see 15-minute races. getting down to the 14-minute mark. If anybody eclipses 14 minutes in this open section, it'll be exciting. We'll see. Typically, the open sections won around 14 flat to 14:10 in previous years. The facility here, a great one to run 5,000 meter races, as it's super protected by the trees that surround it. Meet record for the hot window 5,000 meters set last year by Drew Hunter, 13:14, taking that win, his first ever at the Portland Track Festival after many attempts. He's run the 1,500 here many times. That was his first attempt at the 5,000 meters, I believe, and he beat Amon Kemboy to the line. Shortly in the booth, I'll be joined by Will Lear. Flying in from his home state of Colorado. He comes out here every year to commentate the Portland Track Festival. Could jump into the middle section of these open 5,000 meters. But now athletes shaking out on the field, warming up, cooling down, finding some shade out there. 73 degrees is no joke here in Portland. That's balmy. But if there are athletes coming in from places like LA, Arizona, Flagstaff, Colorado, could find this kind of nice here today. I think it's pleasant. So following the men's open section of the 5,000 meters, we'll have the women's open 5,000 meters. And I believe we'll have one section of the women's 5,000. And then after these 5,000 races, that will conclude our open sections of racing tonight, and we'll move to the first heat of the high performance men's steeplechase. There's only going to be one steeplechase race tonight. The hot window sections will be tomorrow night, but tonight we will have the top heats of the 10,000 meters, men's and women's, one heat of each, and those will be bronze label competitions. Last year's defending champion is returning in the men's race, Chris Maxson. And Wuga Ha on the women's side, top seed, Chinese runner who ran 14:56 for 5,000 in LA a few weeks ago. And ever so steadily we're getting set up for this first heat as it's slated to go at 6:18. We're ahead of schedule here. Once again, thank you to all our partners here this year. Make this event what it is. It's a special event here for the Portland running community, and I know for people tuning in far and wide to see their athletes race in the electric forest. The Portland running community gets up for this event every single year, and it's something that we like to believe is an event owned by the community. Portland Track, the organization that puts this on, is a volunteer nonprofit, and it is a labor of love out here. So for it to become one of the premier events in the country for middle distance running, it's a real feather in the cap for this Portland community. And we want you all to come out and experience it. Tomorrow evening, this place will be rocking. We'll have Jerry's Trackside Tavern serving beers in the beer garden. We'll have the food trucks ramped up. People in the stands with cowbells. We'll see the Unipiper and the drum line to open the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. Some of these athletes running these open sections tonight will probably double back to run for their cities tomorrow in that scored 3K race. You can see the names on the ticker below of the athletes who will be competing in this first section of the Open 5K. Some Portland locals in here. We got the Southeast Portland Running Club, some Franklin athletes, Jacuzzi Boys Athletic Club, the Rose City Track Club represented, Rasa Runners, Timberline Athletic Club in here as well. And the men are assembling on the line right now at the 5,000 meter start. On the back stretch. And here we go, getting their instructions from the officials right now as they embark on 12 and a half laps. And you can see the Portland Club banners behind them. There's the Rose City Track Club, Team Athena, and the NOPO Run Club. You also got the Jacuzzi Boys, the Stump Runners, Timberline, Bowerman, the Red Lizards. The FOPO Run Club. That's Foster Powell on the east side. And there's your field list on the screen. "17 athletes on the line. Well, gentlemen are stepping up, shaking it out a bit. Behind the line, not on the line. In the first heat of the men's open 5K, here we go. 12 and a half laps on the track. And this pace is set for 15:30. That's the wave light. And there's some hooting and hollering already in the stands. Jasper Buskirk up there, he's leading the way. And on the outside, that's Ben Palmieri in the ACG top. He's found his way from the hills onto the track. Buskirk, Palmieri, James Cuthbert Nuss, Tanner Hood in there too, Johnny Zacharias, and Ian Guasco. That's your top six. And right on these lights here, looking for that 15:30. So 400 down. Buskirk still in the lead here. And Buskirk rocking that Mount Tabor top that Franklin runners wear. Franklin High School on the east side in the shadow of Mount Tabor. Volcano right here in the city. Palmieri moves to the front now. And showing him how it's done. 600 meters in. Palmieri, 153. That was a 75 lap, so they're right on the lights. Looking for 75s here. Palmieri, Buskirk, Cuthbert Nuss, Ian Guasco, and Tanner Hood. And Palmieri stretching this thing out now. Buskirk in a great spot there. Just able to take a ride. As is Cuthbert Nuss, also Mount Tabor kid. And Tanner Hood in there in the black top and the red shorts. He's in that fourth position behind. That's Palmieri, Buskirk, and Cuthbert Nuss. Coming through once again. That was a 74. So nice pacing by Palmieri. 1,000 meters down. We got 4,000 to go in this first heat of the open 5K. And a good pack there, 7 runners. All strung out nicely. Nobody's fighting for position just yet. It's early goings here in this 5,000. A nice shot there, your leader, Palmieri. We're in the ACG. We had Broken Arrow this weekend. We'll have the Western States Endurance Run next weekend. Western States 100. What I've always known it by. But a great party down there, South Lake Tahoe right now, as everybody's prepping for the big weekend. But up here, we're moving up to 1,400 meters, and it's still Palmieri at the front. And that's a 75 high. So letting the lights escape a little bit. Those are 15:30, remember. Palmieri, Buskirk, Cuthbert Nuss, And let's see where we are down the pack. So we've got Christopher Stokel of the Jacuzzi Boys, and he's rocking, well, let's see, 76, 77, 78s. He's in 12th position right now. Always good to root for the home teams. With Mount Tabor, a home team as well. And that's Buskirk in second position. And we passed the 1,600 meters on the back stretch. And now we're cruising towards 1,800. As Palmieri moves up. Gets to the line here, still at the front. That was a 76.9, so moving from 74 to 75 to 76 for Palmieri. Buskirk, Cuthbert Nuss, and Tanner Hood hot on his tail right now, but just content to let him do the work up here. And then Ian Guasco leading that second pack. And this is 2,000 meters, 5 laps down, 3K to go, 7.5 laps remaining. No change in the order once again. Maybe a slight change as we see Christopher Fisher moving up back there and getting in front of Ian Guasco. That's back on just off the pack. So Palmieri still at the front though, and that's another 76.9 for him. So running about 77s for the last 2 laps. 76 for the lap before that, as we're in the meat of this 5,000 right now. (2,400 meters being reached right now. And as we round this bend, we'll be able to see roughly where they are at halfway. So coming up to the line, let's see, right about 7:55 on the clock for halfway through this 5,000. And Palmieri still at the front, Jasper Buskirk sitting in second place, and James Cuthbert Nuss in third. Another lap down. That was a 76.02, so pulling the pace back slightly. Next time we see that finish line will be at 3,000 meters. But Palmieri and Buskirk pulling away right now. Cuthbert Nuss trying to stay attached. Around the bend they go here at Lewis and Clark. And into the shade. Palmieri, of course, staying cool in that singlet with all the holes in it. Up to the line once again. This is 3,000 meters reached by Palmieri and Jasper Buskirk. Palmieri still at the front. That was a 76.9 once again. So 9:29.9 for 3,000 meters. 2,000 to go. 5 laps. as it's been all Ben Palmieri. And we'll see down the line, how are these other guys doing? Let's see how our local favorites are doing. Chris Stokel in 16th now, 9:56 through 3K, the Jacuzzi Boys runner. We got Ben Cummings in 4th, also from Mount Tabor, 9:32. Listed as Southeast Portland. That's where Mount Tabor is located. And now Buskirk goes around Palmieri as we're coming up to 1,600 meters to go. It's Jasper Buskirk. 10:40 on the clock, 10:47, and that was a 77. So Buskirk, then Palmieri in second now. And Buskirk getting some separation out front. So he wants to take this first heat here of the open 5,000 meters. And we value fast times here in the Electric Forest, but we also value wins. You want to be able to get on the couch. You want to sign that table. I think the table was first used maybe 3 years ago, so we have signatures from every winner from 3 years of the Portland Track Festival. And every winner gets to sit down on the couch, sign that table with a Sharpie. And that's not coming off. Buskirk now onto the straightaway, looking relaxed. Palmieri in second, and then Buskirk's teammates behind Palmieri. Buskirk, 3 laps to go. He reaches it in 12:03, a 75.9. So bringing the pace down just a little bit. Palmieri with a 78 on that, so Buskirk getting some separation. Tomorrow we'll see heats in the high performance sections, the 5,000 meters, and then of course the hot window, Paul Banta Memorial 5,000 meters. Paul Banta, the meet director for the Oregon Track Classic that was held in this facility for many years. It is the grandfather of the Portland Track Festival. Portland Track Festival has been around for 18 years, but before that, we did have the Oregon Track Classic, and this meet continues its legacy, professional running here in the city. And Buskirk doing it for the home crowd right now. 800 meters remaining.
And Jesus Rojas in 8th. Johnny Zacharias with a PR for the Rasa runners, 16:23. Lincoln Colby in 10th, 16:27. Ian Guasco, 16:28. Ukiah Moon Sturry with a PR of 16:34, coming into this race with a 17:03 best. There's your champ right there on the screen, Jasper Buskirk. 15:46 for the first heat of the Open 5,000. And we've got 3 heats to go. So don't go anywhere. I won't. I'll be right here. There's Palmieri right there. Good job. Jasper Buskirk. High fives all around. Look at that image with those trees in the background. The forest. If these trees could talk. Heck, we'd put them in the booth. Here we go. Look at this. We're starting out second heat of the men's open 5,000. So first heat won in 1547, I believe. 1547, 1548 by Jasper Buskirk. And this next heat, the wave light is set 1455. So we're going to be picking it up slightly. If these gentlemen on the line can do it. To give you an idea of where we're going here, we've got 1455 on the wave light for this heat, and then 1440 for the next heat, and then getting it down to 1410 for the final heat. Pete Castro giving them their instructions on the line. You can see the home team banners behind them. Some of those runners are on the line. Southeast Portland in the mix here again. Max Gallagher, Jasper Buskirk's teammate. Peninsula Distance Club coming up from San Francisco. They're in here. We'll see those guys race the 3K tomorrow against Seattle and Portland. Timberline AC here, also from Portland. The Aggies Running Club here coming up from Central California. And up front leading this thing, that's Silas Aberer. Max Gallagher in second. And then Ethan Yen from Peninsula Distance Club. And George Laura in there too from Terwilliger Track Club. Terwilliger is what you drive from Portland to get to the Electric Forest. Silas Aberer up front, getting to 600 meters here. And 147 on the clock. He clocks 73. And he's a bit ahead of the lights, so right on him right now. 14:55 is the pace for the wave light. But you could see in the green on the outside getting in, matching up against that third position. That's the Terwilliger Track Club's George Laura. We could hear in the stands below us some fans yelling, "Let's go, George." I think that's who they're talking about. Must be. But Silas Aberer up front, wearing the shades. Followed by Max Gallagher. And the pack rolls with him. 1,000 meters reached here, under 3 minutes. 2:58.75, so we are under 15 flat pace. That was a 71.5 for Aberer. So we went 33.6 for the opening two, then a 73.6, and then a 71.5. And Aberer looking strong up front. as Gallagher regains connection with him. And George Laura is in that third spot. Coming up to 1,200 meters. 3:34. Oh, and a big change on the outside. That's Carlos Fernandez, the second. And he moves to first. And the crowd yells for George. Carlos Fernandez taking over for Silas right now. Coming through 1,400 meters. That was a 69.5 for Fernandez. Aber still running 71s there, but they are ahead of the lights now. Fernandez, Aber, Gallagher, and Laura. And then Toby Wong in the purple singlet, trying to get up to that pack of four. But through 1,600 meters, 4:44. Carlos Fernandez out there looking like he's out for a Sunday long run. Long sleeves, the hat, the glasses. Still rocking the tuck. Fernandez at the front. That was a 70. 5:19 through 1,800. So we'll see 2K come up as they approach the start line again. Fernandez, Aber, Gallagher, and Laura, and then Toby Wong. In the second heat of the men's 5,000 meters, second of four, so 5:56 on the clock. Through 2K, still under 15-minute 5K pace. Fernandez working a little bit now, looking over his shoulder. We got just inside 3K remaining as Aber regains contact now and brings the pack with him. Gallagher in that third spot. His teammate won the opening section, Jasper Busker. Oh, we got George Laura going down on the track, and he's able to get back up again. That was a tough fall up there. Laura was sitting in that third spot, then caught a spike, went down. Carlos Fernandez is going backwards now too. He's in fifth place as Aber regains the lead. So a lot of action in that 100-meter stretch there. This race has turned on itself. Aber at the front. So that was 2,400 meters there. We're getting to halfway right here. And right at about 7:28, halfway. For Aber, George Laura back there in the green, able to get back up. But we got Aber in the front, and Gallagher's being overtaken right now by Toby Wong. Aber, Toby Wong, and Max Gallagher, 72.9 on that split through 2,600 meters. So Toby Wong now making a move on the outside. He'll pass Aber, and Max Gallagher sits in that third position. Toby Wong looking strong here. And he's made his way up from a bit back. Early on in this race, he was sitting at the back of this front pack that had a half a dozen runners in there. And the shades come off for Silas Aber. We're getting a bit more shade here in the electric forest now as the sun begins to set just a little bit. We're in the stretch of the year where the days are the longest. Tomorrow, the big day of the Portland Track Festival, it'll be the longest day of the year. Rightfully so. We should add a few more heats of the 5K, I think. Toby Wong still at the front here. Max Gallagher. Toby Wong running 72s. And he came through 3K in 9 flat. So right at 15-minute pace. And that's Devin Volk sitting in second place now, moving his way up in the blue. So we have Toby Wong and Devin Volk. And there's been some runners here who have stayed hidden in the pack in the early goings and now making themselves known as they're moving up to the front, pacing themselves nicely. 72 for Toby Wong through 3,400 in 10-12. And Devin Volk, 72 as well. Volk trying to bridge that gap up to Toby Wong. Churning over nicely out there. And some shuffling as well, as it looks like Brian Hastings is moving into third position behind Volk. Now you can see Volk on the screen behind Toby Wong. Wong onto the straightaway. Wong, Volk, and Silas Aber in there in the third spot. Then Max Gallagher, and then Brian Hastings. So 73 for Toby Wong, 73.2 and 73.8 for Devin Volk. So Volk not able to get any closer to Wong. Wong still leading out there and keeping his distance as Volk gives chase. And we'll see as these laps begin to dwindle if Volk can use the remaining distance to get closer and closer to the first place runner right now. Second heat here. Remember, we're looking at 14:55 for the wave light, which is about 30 meters, 25 meters maybe ahead of Toby Wong at the moment. So Toby Wong close to 15 flat pace currently. Wong here coming up to the line, 2 laps to go. He's inside 800 meters now. And Volk giving chase still. That was a 72.6 for Toby Wong, so he brings the pace down. And Volk running 73.4. So Wong still extending his lead here. And Aber with a 74.8. He sits in third position. Aber has got his hands full right now with Brian Hastings and Max Gallagher fighting for the bronze. Toby Wong clearly out front, followed by Devin Volk. We've got about 30 meters between Wong and Volk, and then roughly the same between Volk and now Max Gallagher in third position. But here's Wong down the straightaway for the second to last time. And he'll reach the bell in about 13:47. So that was a 69.7 for Toby Wong, who was only extending his lead here. Volk bringing the pace down, also running 71.4 there, but not able to close down on Wong, at least in that second to last lap. But now Wong really letting it rip down the backstretch, and he's gaining on the lights. So 14:55 is the time that they wanted, and Wong ripping this last lap. We'll see what it says on the clock, but I think we're going to see something in at least the low 60s here to close out this 5,000-meter race. Toby Wong coming down from altitude, most likely with Boulder on his singlet, you would think. And now onto the straightaway. Toby Wong taking this thing, leading since the middle parts of this 5,000. He'll win going away. 14:51 on the clock for Toby Wong with a 63 close. And Volk is your silver medalist here. 14:59, he'll get under 15 as well. PRs for both of those guys. Brian Hastings comes up for third, 15:04, and then Max Gallagher, 15:05. Aberer, 15:13. And Carlos Perez, 15:15. Brian Comer from Club Northwest, 15:18. Maybe we'll see Brian Comer in the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K tomorrow. You never know. There's Carlos Fernandez on the screen too. Wiley Watts, 8th place, 15:19. And great last laps all around here, but none better than Toby Wong, who ran 63 to close it out. And there he is on the screen, young Toby Wong, bringing his PR down from 14:56.9 to 14:51.7. And better than that, taking a victory doing it too. You gotta love it. Go Panthers. Panthers cross country rules. All right, here we go. Heat 3 of the open men's 5,000 meters. 14:51 for that second heat. And now we got the, look at the singlets lining up here. Some outfit choices. We got the shades. We'll see if people, it's a contrast between the backstretch and the home stretch. We got the sun out on the backstretch, and then we are well in the shade here of the grandstand on the home stretch. So maybe you want to flip them down on the backstretch, flip them up on the home stretch. I don't know. Let's see. We got the cow print out here on the singlets. We got some blue lightning, it looks like. We got the Club Northwest orange lining up. There's a speed suit. Going with the zip down on the speed suit too. That's a choice. I think that's what Pete Castro is saying right now too. Third heat of the men's open 5,000 meters here. 14:40 is what the Wave Light is being asked to do, and I think the Wave Light can do it. We'll see if these guys can. Here we go. 12 and a half laps in front of them. Everybody looks like they're out clean right now. We're getting it rolling once again. They saw what the first heat did. The first heat went 15:47. Second heat went 14:51. We're looking at a 14:40 here. More than that, we're looking for the victory too. We got Wake Forest out front. Some athletes from the Peninsula Distance Club in here, from Western Oregon, from the Rose City Track Club. Got to bring the energy down just a little bit as we start out this race. Do we? We don't have to. As we get to the first lap. 70 seconds thereabouts. And Eric Fikerud up front. And he's being stalked by Owen Lloyd in that blue Lightning top and shorts. He's got the full kit. Rolling out here, that's a 70. So they went 35 through the first 200 and then 70 here, led by Fikerud, Owen Lloyd, Isaac Rascone from Cowtown Track Club. Oh, Will. Hello there. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I don't know where you came from, but it's great seeing you. From the Terwilliger Curves. Careful out there. They're icy in the winter. But here we've got, Will, let me introduce you to the third heat of the men's 5,000 meters here. Eric Fikerud is currently in third position. Owen Lloyd is at the front now, and we got Cowtown's very own Isaac Rascone in second place. Yeah, we're hunting for 14:40 at the moment. It's true.
I don't have to look for a split. Those lights are right every time.
They should be. Where they get tricky is the 800-meter races that we saw earlier, where you have the lap. It could be a 55 first lap and then a 59 second lap on a light nose.
Nose. That should be calculated.
Yeah. Owen Lloyd at the front here. Mitch DeLang in second now.
Establishing that pace, not letting him go out too quick, right at the front of those pace lights, now slotting himself in comfortably into third as there is a choo-choo train of athletes out here on the track. Any one of these men on the track would win your local turkey trot.
That's right.
Hands down.
They take that pie. We have a lead change up front here. This is Mitch DeLang. And it looks like, at least in this heat, everybody wants to work together a little bit to stay on pace in the early goings. I love to see when that switch happens at the end of the race. They start looking around and seeing, okay.
When it goes from pace to race.
Yeah, from pace to race.
These guys are all doing an admirable job here, shouldering some of this workload. I mean, the night could not be more perfect for distance running.
It is very nice here. We're about 70 degrees here in Portland, and now it is well shaded in the Grove too. The Galloping Grove, the Electric Forest, Wayward Field.
All of those things. The weather is actually the same in all of those places.
Yeah, in all those places. Mitch DeLang out front, driving the train. Owen Lloyd, Eric Fikerud, and Cowtown's very own Isaac Rascone.
I like that heads-up move from Rascone there. He's starting to fall off those front three a little bit, made a big move down the backstretch just to reestablish contact. We can see here when these men are attempting a task maybe that they've never done before, that the effort can creep up quite quickly. And that's when the doubts start to settle in, Jeff, in a 5K. With 2 miles to go is a long way.
Well, DeLange here, so he had a 69.8, and then now he's crossing 69.9, so he's bringing the pace down slightly. And it looks like Fikerud is trying to stay in touch, but also maybe thinking about his reserves.
Yeah, kudos, shout out to athletic.net for giving us a lot of information on these athletes, but we only know so much. We only know what's on the paper in front of us. We can't research, unfortunately, every single athlete. What we do know right now is that Mitch DeLange is out in front of those pace lights, trying to emulate probably his favorite athlete, if I were to guess, Parker Valby, not taking notes from the pace lights, just doing exactly what he wants to do, which is buying a one-way ticket on the pain train to a PR in the 5K.
Yeah, he looks like a Valby Mania guy. Some movement up into third here, too. I believe that might be Aaron Bratt. We'll see once they cross the line and we get some splits. So DeLange 70, and then Fikerud 69. Oh, it's Sam Brown in third.
Sam Brown has a very efficient little scoot stride there. Not a lot of vertical movement in his head, but covers ground very smoothly, very effectively. DeLange's still trying to stay out in front of those green lights. I feel like once you go past them, you do not want to see them catch up again. But there are 3 certainties in this world, Jeff. Death, taxes, and that the pace lights are going to stay on pace.
That's very true. And it's usually not this early or at this section of the race that you see somebody getting in front of the lights, but we are close to, we are halfway here, 7:20. So right on 14:40 pace at 2,500 meters.
That's what the doctor ordered.
And DeLange looking strong out there through halfway. As we got 2,600 on the clock, so we'll be looking at 3K next time they come around.
I like this run from DeLange. When he comes down the home stretch, we can get a little bit of a closer look at him from top to bottom. He looks very in control, very smooth, not a lot of stress on the face, which you don't want to be feeling right now in a 5,000 meter race. Only over that 300 meter mark is there a bright sun in those guys' eyes. And when they go back into the shade, I think they'll see that DeLange has gotten further away. He continues to put the pedal down, put the pressure on in this third heat of 5,000 meters. A whisper on the backstretch would rustle the leaves.
But it's not. We don't have it.
There's nothing going back there. Flags are down.
What's this doing for Fikerud and Sam Brown, too? They're on the lights, and they've got somebody to chase up there with DeLange.
It makes him ask the question. Are you content racing with the lights, or do you want to get involved in this race? Because Mitch DeLange right now is driving the race from up front. He is making this race his.
We're starting to get into the hurt zone here as DeLange comes up to 3K. He'll reach it in 8:47. That's another 70-second 400-meter lap. Fikerud, 70.9. And then Sam Brown, 71.
When you start with 12 and a half laps and there's only 5 remaining, you'd think that would go by quickly. But sort of like in the steeplechase, the laps somehow seem to get longer as the race goes on. Those early laps really do fly by in a race like the 5,000 meters. Your final laps here can be either filled with joy or leading you towards purgatory.
And you can see the pack behind them too, the orange singlets of Club Northwest and the sash of the Peninsula Distance Club. So those athletes may be doubling back in the 3K tomorrow.
We hope they'll be doubling back.
If they care about their cities, they'll lay it on the line.
If they care about themselves and they care about them cities, their cities.
Them cities.
They care about them cities. They'll be back here on this track here tomorrow, don't you hear?
DeLange, right now coming up to 3,400 meters, and he's still ahead of the lights, coming through under 10 minutes. That's a 69.8 for Mitch DeLange. So he's flirting with that 70-second lap. And Fikerud through in just a hair over 10 minutes. Sam Brown in third, 10:05. So DeLange looking like he's in a bit of pain out there, but still rocking.
The pain is expected, Jeff. The PRs are hoped for. We have a PR for Eric Feikerud there sitting in second place at 14:40. That's exactly where those lights are. We'll see if he can muster something like Wong did in the second heat with a big close, but this is not a disparaging comment. That is what a high school athlete would do.
63 is nice to close out a 5K.
It's very nice.
And DeLange here laying it down. And this looks like it could be another 69. We'll see when we come up to the line. 3 laps remaining for Mitch DeLange. And that was a 68.4. So really letting it rip here. Inside 1,200 meters to go for DeLange. And he's been at the front since the early goings of this race. Third heat of the men's open 5,000. Second heat won in 14:51. And we're looking at a sub 14:40 right now if this holds. And this looks like, at this point, it's all Mitch DeLange. Feikerud trying to hold on to that second position. But Ethan Phelps from the Peninsula Distance Club is now in third, followed by Aaron Bratt.
In the race of Mitch DeLange versus himself, we'll see who comes out on top. Angel on his right, Devil on his left. Who's he going to listen to here? Coming up with 800 meters to go. I was just thinking about this, Jeff. In the 5K, there are so many finals. You have your final mile, your final K, your final lap. Just get the dang thing over with. All right already.
That might help mentally, though. If you think, okay, this is just the last K. This is just the last lap. This is the last 800. 69.5 through 4,200 meters.
It's all perspective. You got to think in the marathon, some people think, oh, there's only 5K to go. It's one more 5K, and I'm there.
Feikerud, 74 on that lap, so trying to hold it together, and Ethan Phelps is now hot on his heels. Ethan Phelps looking strong in third, too.
Dare you say, for this point of a 5K, Ethan Phelps almost looks too good.
See what that last lap has to offer for him. But Mitch DeLange well ahead of this field now, almost a full 100 meters ahead of second place. And DeLange throwing it down here, looking down at his feet, saying, what can I do in this final 400 meters?
Feet don't fail me now.
DeLange coming up to the bell, getting there in 13:25.
That bell's got to be a sweet, sweet sound to his ears. He's been working very hard at the front of this race. Lap after lap after lap, he's been in the front. Where can we go back to where we haven't seen him in the front? Only after about the first kilometer has Mitch DeLange been leading this race, giving everyone a carrot to chase.
So he was right at 70 flat for that penultimate lap. That was 13:25, so we'll see what he can do over this last lap. And now inside 200 meters to go, Mitch DeLange. And we do have Ethan Phelps overtaking Feikerud. Ethan Phelps.
We'd have to have a miracle. He'd have to have some Noah Lyles in those legs over the last 200 to catch Mitch DeLange. But this is an epic finish from Ethan Phelps as Mitch DeLange comes down the home stretch.
DeLange holding it together and staying in front of those lights, looking strong. Doing this all by himself, too, since the very beginning. The tape is out, and Mitch DeLange will cross in 14:34 high unofficially. And now down the straightaway, here comes Ethan Phelps, too. And he'll get there 14:45. And then Eric Feikerud holds on for third in 14:49. 14:35 for Mitch DeLange, closing in 69, so pacing it very well, knowing what he had in his reserves and what he was able to throw out there. But 14:59 for fourth place for Kyle Eller, gets under that 15-minute barrier. Aaron Bratt, 15:03 Isaac Rascone, Cowtown 1503, and Danny Scavrone 1506.
Now let me tell you something pretty impressive here from our main man, Mitch DeLange, who just won that race. Talk about pacing prowess. His fastest lap of the race, 68.4. His slowest lap of the race, 70.9. That is textbook. Absolute textbook.
Came here to do something special, and he definitely got it done. 14:35 with the win here in the Electric Forest. And that was Heat 2. We still have Heat 3 and Heat 4 to go. Oh, that was Heat 3, excuse me. We've got Heat 4 to go now.
The fourth heat.
Yeah, I was hoping
We
for
wanted
another
more.
Heat. Yeah.
Give us more.
We got a full day tomorrow. We got to save ourselves.
Why do you think I showed up when I did?
Well, yeah, appreciate your
Well, also
your time.
because I traveled in from Boulder. Mr. Wong and I were on the same flight.
Oh, yeah, you got a big day already. Here we go. Fourth heat on the line.
The commute was right. One can only assume that hip number 17 here in this heat is wearing a Nixon 5 jersey.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's what that V stands for on his chest. Congratulations to all the Knicks fans tuning in.
I did see our friend Paul Mosier have a very quickly made shirt, it must have been, at the LA Grand Prix last weekend. I thought it was very creative. It was Knicks in the Villanova V.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah.
Someone did a good job on that. One of my favorite athletes is on the start list. I don't know if I've seen him on the start line. Mikey Brannigan, multiple-time Paralympic gold medalist.
New York Athletic Club. Brannigan, 1,500 meters, 3-meter runner back in the day. Now
Raced 1,500 last weekend in LA and deciding that, let's go up a bit.
let's go up a bit to Portland.
Let's go up a bit. Let's go to Portland. Let's run some more laps. It's so fun to run on this track. You want to run more laps.
It's a beautiful setting right now. You can see all the green surrounding us. When the drone gets up and going, too, there's an incredible shot of Mount Hood.
I say this every year. If we could just cut down some of these trees, we'd have an amazing view.
Don't say that too loudly around here.
Trim them.
You can go up on the roof and see the view. Okay. Last heat of the Open 5K off and running now.
We got whoops going on underneath us in the stands. The fans are excited about this one. 14:10, I believe you said the pace lights were.
Yeah, 14:10 out there.
That is cooking.
We've got the horses out front from the Peninsula Distance Club. You can see the sash across their chest. And then Jacuzzi boys are in here. I think that's Brady Daniels in the back of the pack currently, tucked in nicely. Andrew Kuzmano there, the Bowerman Athletic Club. So some local heroes in the mix.
Is it just me, or is it sort of sad that the Bowerman Track Club exists, but their pro counterpart doesn't anymore?
They existed.
I love to see them in concert on the track.
Yeah, they existed before the pro group. They'll exist after the pro group. Maybe the pro group will be back one day. You never know.
You never know. Pro groups, they come and they go.
They come, they go.
Track clubs are here to stay.
That's right. They're rooted in the city. But yeah, the Bowerman Track Club here, before the pro group joined forces, was known as the Bowerman Athletic Club. And they have masters athletes, they have open athletes, they have youth athletes. It is the whole gamut of athletes in the city here. So we'll see them all over the track in all these heats throughout the weekend. Kuzmano actually one of the captains of the 3K team too.
This is the first heat that we've seen where very early on, just 600 meters into this race, we are needing to make up light on these pace lights, make up distance, excuse me. The Pacers in the front seem to be doing just that. I'm assuming that these are Pacers for some of their counterparts back in the race, or just some very kind souls taking the lead in the early laps.
That's Emmett Renier out front at the Peninsula Distance Club.
Does he know there's a beer named after him?
I hope so. I hope he does.
And a mountain.
Yeah, named after him. We'll see how he does
In his honor.
this race. Yeah. 800 meters across there at about 2:17 thereabouts. Verdang Lad is Peninsula Distance Club teammate of Renier, and he's in second place. And then Farhan Ibrahim, who I believe won a section of the 5,000 last year at PTF.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. You know what? You know what they've been saying for the past couple of years is Alabama needs a run game again. You know who can get it for them? Farhan Ibrahim.
They just need one of their track coaches out there during football practice to tell the guys what they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Seemed to work okay for Tom Brady.
You're referring to Ronnie Warhurst?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
All right. Yeah. He's all credit due to Tom Brady's success, Ron Warhurst.
Obviously.
So Ibrahim right now on Renier's shoulder as they're catching up to the lights once again. Through 1,000, they were 2:52, and that was a 67 lap. So we just crossed 1,200, and now we're making our way to 1,400. But it is Renier and Ibrahim that are pulling away from the pack, which is currently being led by Logan Bakovic. Renier crosses the line here, and 67.6.
Bakovic sitting in third, listed personal best here of 13:49. The only athlete that we see on the top 8 to 10 right now with the personal best under 14 minutes.
The magical barrier.
The very magical barrier. Love to see Ibrahim there helping out Renier, taking a pull at the front as those lights start to inch themselves away. Ibrahim trying to claw them back stride after stride.
So about 4:34 through 1,600 meters there, and when you see a tandem like that go this early, you wonder what they're thinking. Like, are they thinking, hey, I can take this by myself the whole way, or am I hoping my partner shares the workload with me?
I don't know a lot about 5,000 meter running, Jeff, but I know when you're ready, you're ready. These two men seem to have it firmly within their minds that this is attainable. Ibrahim looking very comfortable out front. Renier, after leading those first 4 laps, does appear to be laboring a little bit more, but they still have not yet caught back to those lights at 14:10, which would be a personal best for both athletes. 67.8 for Ibrahim on that lap, 68.3 for Renier, but those two maintain contact with one another as 14:10 seems to be slipping away ever so slightly. Again, going off of listed personal bests here, 14:34 for Farhan Ibrahim up front, 14:15 for Renier. So on paper, Renier the more accomplished of these two athletes, but that's not what it's all about, is it, Jeff? It's about today. It's about right now.
I mean, a lot of these athletes have trained specifically for this moment here, to come to the Portland Track Festival and take a victory. They want the log round, they want to raise it, they want to sit on the couch and sign that table. So whatever your accolades are, throw them out the window. And it's all about what you can do on the day here.
I'd usually say 365 days until next year's Portland Track Fest, but, you know, thanks to being involved in the USATF track circuit, we shifted dates around ever so slightly, so now we are back in the longest weekend of the year, which is exactly where this meet should be. In the spotlight of the great golden sun.
Yeah, in the eye of the world.
If you're not tuned in here now, you better be watching the World Cup. Otherwise, there is nothing else in the world that you should be watching.
Yeah, that's true. Watching this duel between Renier and Ibrahim here on the opening night of the Portland Track Festival. They're setting the stage for what's to come tomorrow. We'll see the Paul Banta Memorial Men's 5,000 meters in the hot window tomorrow evening. Renier now stepping on the gas a little bit, and Ibrahim trying to stay in touch. Ibrahim still looks relaxed, though. I will say that.
I remember that from last year. Even as the wheels fell off, you know, there are roller coasters of emotions in a 5,000-meter race. Peaks and valleys of feeling amazing and feeling like absolute trash. Renier now going to the front, 6 laps to go, a mile and a half. A little bit of that rock, left and right, rocking back and forth, 69, going back there under that 70-second mark. Renier now opening 15, 20 meters on Ibrahim behind him.
Yeah, 69.5 for that. And Renier's trying to get back up to the lights. I don't know if, well, 69 isn't going to cut it for that. So we'll need to get under 67s in order for that to happen. But we'll see what he can do out here solo. And Renier now getting distance, a lot of distance on Ibrahim. And a big pack in third. We'll see they're about 11 thereabouts athletes in that third pack.
I saw Grady Daniels back there, Tad Kawabata, Michael Cobb, Taylor Brown, Ben Williams, Moises Martinez-Cruz, Andrew Kuzmano, all in that chase pack, the veritable peloton, if you will. Renier now 2K to go.
8:38 on the clock for 3K. That was a 70-second lap. We'll see if he can channel his inner Mich DeLang. Hold on to this lead that he's built for himself. And 14:35 was what DeLang ran in that last heat. So that is the time to beat here as the lights are set for 14:10. But it's a big deal to win your heat here at the Portland Track Festival. It's a big deal to win your section. Of course, it's a big deal to win the meet.
As far as these athletes are concerned, Jeff, if you win your heat, you've won the meet.
That's
you can't win a race you're not in.
That's true. It's a good point, Will.
We should look. If I knew the meet directors, maybe what I would suggest is to keep these athletes coming back year after year. If you win your heat, you're moving up next year, no matter what.
We tend to do that.
Well, that's good. That's just good meet directing.
Yeah, we tend to do that. We tend to reward winning your heat, like last year. Sayer Salgado, 3:35 in that high performance section of the 1500. This year, he's in the hot heat. He's in the hot window. So that was a 71 for Emmett Renier.
At this point, do you think we can just call this the Beamish bun?
Hey, I would go with that. Yeah,
okay.
That seems fair.
You win a world championship, you get a hairstyle named after you.
Is Jago that old?
Yes.
Okay.
He was also never a world champion.
Oh, well, true. But
he was a Portland Track Fest champion.
Yeah, which is equal to that level, I would say.
On my charges. Same points in World Athletics.
Yeah.
Emmett Renier continues to lead this. I think it's impressive how he has not let the wheels completely fall off. The focus required to maintain this pace when the lights are not next to you is immense. But there are some athletes with heads full of steam coming behind him. 3 laps to go here.
In a bit of changing going on right now as Ibrahim has fallen back, but we see Joshua Litwiller in second position. Renier, of course, still charging hard in front right now. Inside 3 laps to go, and that was a 70 for him, so pulling back from the 71 the lap before.
.9 for Renier, 70.6 for Litwiller, who's gone to the arms at about a mile to go, but that .3 differential over these last 3 laps is not going to cut it into the final kilometer here for Emmett Renier.
Litwiller trying to cross the Great Divide there. You can see him on the screen in the blue. But it is a long way up to Emmett Renier at this point. You see Ibrahim right there in the pack. And Renier clenching his teeth now as he comes back onto the home straightaway. Less than 900 meters remaining here in this 5,000. Renier getting to the line here. 2 laps to go. 12:11 on the clock. And about a 70 once again, 70.3. And now a bit of time before Litwiller crosses, but he does. Also inside 2 laps to go, 71 for Litwiller, and he's just inside 10 seconds behind Renier. And Renier striding out, looking smooth still down the backstretch.
If DraftKings were to put out some odds for Renier getting caught here, they would not be very good. You'd have to put a lot of money down to win a little bit of money.
That's the only way I'd do it.
You like taking those sure things for the pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Nothing is a sure thing until he crosses the line and breaks that tape. Another favorite moment of ours for every single race at the Portland Track Fest is the winning athlete gets to break the tape. Renier looking forward to doing that in about 400 meters time, coming down the home stretch, buoyed on by the cheers of the fans in the stands, clapping their hands and stomping their feet.
He's got to keep it together here over this final lap, but 13:20. So we saw Mitch DeLange was 13:25 with a lap to go. So it'll be close to that second to last heat. But we'll see what Renier has in store here over this last lap.
For those who have tuned in for these 5,000 meter races, that's just emblematic of how impressive that run was from Mitch DeLange. But here goes Emmett Renier down the backstretch.
He is striding out right now. So he gets to 200 meters to go and really looking strong. That turnover is looking nice.
The Beamish bun going into full flight.
Maybe that's where the power comes from, able to close hard over the final 200 meters. But here comes Emmett Renier, the Peninsula Distance Club's own, from the Bay Area, down south of California. Come all the way up to Portland to take this victory here in the Electric Forest. With a roar from the crowd, here comes Renier to the line in 14:25. With a 64.9 on the close. And everyone in the front row doffing their caps. Loving that. 63 on the close for Joshua Litwiller, 14:34. As we see some hard closes from all these guys. Tom Oates from the Good Boys Denver, 14:43. Tyler Brown coming up for 4th, 14:45. Kuzmano there, 14:46, representing the Bowerman Track Club. There's Ibrahim on the screen.
Didn't know Good Boys had a chapter in Denver.
Hey, well, sign up.
The Mile High Good Boys. Back on your screens now, we're seeing a replay of that finish of Emmett Renier coming down the home stretch for the final time, gritting his teeth, pumping his arms, driving the knees, doing everything in his power to get to that finish line, and boy did he, and he was rewarded. 64-second last lap, 14:25.43 for the win for Emmett Renier. What a great race.
Yeah, that's a strong race for Renier right there because he jumped out early too with Farwan Ibrahim, you remember. Early goings, the two of them were running in tandem, and then it was all Renier in that second half of the race, and then still able to close in 64 also.
And dare I say, in spite of the fact that the atmosphere here is off the chain, it is absolutely bonkers inside the stadium, it's lonely out there by yourself when you're in the front for that long.
It can be, yes.
As toxic thoughts start to creep in, you got to fight them off.
You do. In the open sections of the 5K, you never know what you're going to get. It can be tough to seed those races as athletes come from around the country. And some of them, too, used to run it on the roads as well. But Portland Track Festival gives an opportunity to athletes at that level to race on the track, which is always fantastic. You can see a beautiful view here. We're up on the Palatine Hill in the Electric Forest. Down below us, the Willamette River across the way. You can't really see Mount Hood right now, but maybe tomorrow we can get a glimpse of it over those foothills. but we can see just at the bottom, or on the screen here, yeah, the start line for the open women's 5,000 meters. We have one heat of this. And this is what separates us from the high-performance men's steeplechase that'll take place tonight. And then the championship 10,000 meter races, men's and women's. Bruce Davis now giving the athletes their instructions on the start line. So a good size field here. It looks like, at least on the start list, there's 24 athletes listed. Athletes from Cascade Striders from UP, the pilots. University of Victoria, Timberline Athletic Club. Megan Wagoner in there, running for the Bowerman Track Club. And Ava Borsheim, Portland. Fiona Frazier in there for Timberline Athletic Club. Avery Owen for the University of Portland. Izzy Lochtfeld from UP as well. And Jesse Rubin in there for Team Red Lizard. You can see Team Red Lizard's flag on the fence. And the open women's 5K. Here we go.
You know, let's take an opportunity to give all these ladies their credit. Let's run through the start list really quickly. It's one of these events that we know you've tuned in to watch. Heat 1 of 1 in this women's 5K. Alondra Santos Leon, Megan Wagner wearing hip number 2, Marissa Lovell wearing hip number 3, Emma Jane O'Gorman, hip number 4, Fiona Frazier 5, Avery Owen from Portland, number 6, Erica Smith from the University of Victoria in 7, Diana Dobre from Parkrose in 8, Valerie Weilert, Rose City Track Club 9, Sarah Cockburn, University of Victoria, coming down there from Canada, wearing hip 10, Izzy Lochtenfeld from Portland, Rose Gunishen, Jensiken? I'll go with Jensiken. That sounds right. Wearing hip 12, McKenna Houston, Ava Borsheim wearing 14, Calliope Cameron wearing 15, Abigail Oosterhout wearing 16 from Corbin University, Rhea Gill, Anna Haddad, Peninsula Distance Club, Track Club tonight. Amy McKenzie, unattached, Caitlin Bounds from our U.S. Paralympic Elite. Keep your eye on hip number 20. Jesse Rubin from Team Red Lizard, previously announced by my colleague Jeff in the booth. Sydney Collier from Cascade Striders, Ashley Dominguez Tostado from Valor Track Club, and Sophia Bazzi from Gonzaga.
And the pace here set for 17 minutes for 5K also. You can see the wave lights at the green to the left on the screen. And they're slightly behind that at the moment as Ashley Dominguez leads.
You know, probably also safe to say that every single one of these women would also win your local turkey trot.
Totally.
Outright.
And they come from all over, winning turkey trots all over the country, and some from Canada as well. Canada has Thanksgiving too.
Dare we say this is the Turkey Trot Championship of America?
Not even on Thanksgiving.
Well, you got to win on Thanksgiving to get to the Portland Track Fest.
We should rename the open section of the 5K Turkey Trot Championships of America.
Yeah, and also in your entry portal, you should. Did you win your local turkey trot? Yes or no? Obviously, the answer is yes. That's the right answer, at least, if you want entry into the Turkey Trot Championship of America.
These are off-season ideas that are happening in the booth live right now. But we do have a lead change at the front here.
Slide into the comments. Tell us what you think about this being called the Turkey Trot Championship of America. For or against.
And coming up on 2 laps here. 2:48 on the clock through 800 meters. And Izzy Lochtfeld, I believe that is up front. Oh, excuse me.
That's Rose Genishin. That's what we landed on for pronunciation. So ChatGPT told me. Sorry, Claude. No free advertising here. Give them both all the credit.
And a good pack up here. As you can see UP athletes represented up front. That's Izzy Lockfeld in the purple from the Portland Pilots. We're getting splits here on the screen. And I think you're right with Rose Genishin. We'll go with that.
Yeah. If it's incorrect, we apologize.
And Alondra Santos Leon in second. Oh, look at this shot on the screen. Some great drone work there. Drone operator Ivan. Been doing this for years now here at PTF.
One of the all-time greats.
And Rose Genishin still with the lead now through 3 laps. And tomorrow during the hot window women's 5,000 meters, we'll see Emily Mackay on the track running a 5K.
She actually was on my flight from Boulder today.
Okay.
So we know she's here.
Yeah, she's in the DSC Dreamcell 5,000 tomorrow evening. And she's fresh off a win down in LA in the 1,500.
She's been doing a lot of that lately. Coming up with W's.
Now a member of the Union Athletics Club, known as Pete's Dragons here in Portland, where they were founded. Rose Genishin striding out nicely here in the Electric Forest, getting a lead here on her competition, Marissa Lovell and Fiona Frazier.
Does seem like Genishin is attempting to get back on these lights, to become friends again. There was a little bit of separation. They were frenemies there for just a moment, but can they rekindle this long-lost love for one another? We'll see as the laps go by. Marissa Lovell made a great move a couple laps ago to put herself in second place. I would call this intact with the leader, Genishin, up front, who's been there for the last 3 or 4 laps.
We got a good shot there of Jerry's Trackside Tavern, too. There will be a beer garden there tomorrow evening.
I'll have to check it out.
You can head down there, yeah. You bring one back for me, too, here in the booth.
Without a doubt.
All right, Genishin, Lovell, and Frazier.
Love to see this in a race. We saw Marissa Lovell there, who's running in second place. Someone in the stands clearly said something that made her chuckle. Got a little laugh a little over a mile into this 5K. That's always good.
That's nice to see out there, especially at this point in the race. We know that it can get less funny as you get into the latter stages here in the 5K.
There's nothing funny about the last mile of a 5K, I can tell you that. Genishin right now on the tail of those pace lights. Marissa Lovell maintaining about the equivalent distance that she's been for the last few laps, so their paces are increasing incrementally with one another.
So we're
great to have the competition out here amongst the camaraderie.
We're looking at 17 minutes here. The lights, if she can beat those, she'll get under 17. Anything with 16 in front of it is pretty good in a 5K. And Genishin listed personal best here is 18:37. I don't think that's correct, or else she's in for a very big day.
People were telling me that her last 5K on the track was when she was in high school, so maybe that was true.
Oh. Well, I'm happy to hear that you've been doing your research before jumping in here, Will. 7:28 on the clock as we get to 2,200 meters. That was a 79 for Genishin, and that's her fastest lap of the race so far. Lavelle 81.
Gensichin.
We're
going to have a lot of time to say her name here over the next 10 laps, so let's get it right.
And she's making a lap already, too, here, going around a runner. And now she's in front of the lights.
Shaking out the arms, keeping it loosey-goosey up top. The lights got away, the lights came back, and then she left the lights in her dust. That friendship was not long for this world. But now Marissa Lovell, what will she have to say to these green pace lights? Gensichin cheesing it up for the cameraman there at the 100-meter mark. Continues to shake out the arms, keep those shoulders from riding up into her ears. This is great relaxed running up front from Rose Gensichin.
And also in this race in fourth, Caitlin Bounds, U.S. Paralympic elite athlete. In 2016, sidelined with a stress fracture, but when she saw Paralympic Games on TV, she was inspired by fellow U.S. athlete Mikey Brannigan to get back into the game.
Love Mikey Brannigan. Just an absolute inspiration. Caitlin Bounds, world record holder in the Paralympic 5,000 meter T20 classification. Very impressive. American record holder at 800 and 1,500 meters in that same classification. So we have some absolutely legendary athletes amongst us on the track tonight. Video screen showing Rose Gensichin still up there in the front. Looking for that new LinkedIn profile pic with 100 meters. Maybe not open to work, but open to race. Here we go.
And Lavelle in second place on the screen, still maintaining contact as she gets closer to those lights as well. Gensichin is distancing herself from those lights, and Lavelle is getting ever closer to them.
It's another challenge of when you go past the pace lights. It's like passing the pacer in a race. You're now out there running purely on vibes. And while we have clocks every 200 meters of this race, Marissa Lavelle knows exactly where that 17-minute mark is and is content to ride on the coattails of the wave lights. Rose Gensichin up front.
It's the kind of thing that I believe Gen Z dreams about at this point, is like getting in front of the wave lights in a race. I used to have those dreams.
Wouldn't
of
that
like,
be sweet?
Yeah, just breaking away from the pack, but now it's beating the wave lights.
Breaking away.
80 seconds for Gensichin. That's what she's been clocking off these splits, 79 to 80.
This race is getting pretty close here. Rose Gensichin needs to go back to that strategy of shaking out the arms. Those shoulders are getting kind of high. We're getting some sort of split there from the watch, but the lights are catching up. Marissa Lavelle now making big strides to close the gap between herself and Gensichin. Gensichin, who's been out in the front since 1 kilometer into this race. We are entering the final mile. And as we talked about, there's nothing funny, folks, about the final mile of a 5,000 meter race. Marissa Lavelle.
Well, that was Gensichin dropping to an 84 on that lap, so it allowed Lavelle to come back into contact, running an 81. And now they're both together on the screen, and we have a race on our hands.
Chasing each other's shadows there down the backstretch. What a great shot that was there.
Well inside a mile to go. And it's a good time for company, it seems, for Gensichin, but what is Lavelle going to do right now? Is she going to stick on her, or is she going to choose to keep this momentum going and go around? It looks like she's maybe going to try and take a trip around Gensichin, get to the front. And not sticking around. A dominant pass.
Not going to take anything away from Marissa Lavelle's performance here, but she is running in technically illegal shoes. Those are road shoes. We are on a track.
This is the Turkey Trot Championships of America.
On the track.
On the track, you're right. Lavelle striding towards the line here. And now we are inside 3 laps to go. That was a 79, so a dominant lap there. and the fastest lap of the race for Marissa Lavelle.
That's what you want to see with 3 laps to go. This is when you want to be running your best. It seems to be a very well-metered effort from Marissa Lavelle.
Lavelle is in front. Right now we're seeing Gensichin on the screen, who is in second place, as there's a lot of lapping going on with runners. Lavelle roughly 40 meters ahead of Gensichin at the moment.
1 kilometer to go for Marissa Lavelle up front. Wearing that lavender over lavender kit. Looking fantastic. Has the wind at her back, and it stands roaring her on as she comes down the home stretch here.
Onto the straightaway. Here's Lavelle, and lapping runners as she makes her way to the line with inside 2 laps to go as she gets here. So now Lavelle has a good gap on Gensichin. Let's see, here comes Gensichin to the line. So about 45 meters, I would say.
Another 79 there for Marissa Lavelle. And having just lapped that athlete who's running within those pace lights right now, that's the last athlete likely that Marissa Lavelle will see in this 5,000 meter race. So it's her against the clock. How fast can she go? 17:39 is the listed personal best for Marissa Lavelle. Remember, those pace lights were listed at 17 flat. So this could be a huge breakthrough performance for her in her running journey. 600 meters to go for Lavelle.
And Gensichin, as you see on the screen, is now in 3rd place, and that is Caitlin Bounds behind her. Bounds, the Paralympic athlete. Here is Lavelle at the front, and it's all Marissa Lavelle as she comes back onto the home straightaway here. Lavelle, when she gets to the line, she'll have 1 lap to go, and she's ahead of the lights, so she's in the 16s right now. Remember, the lights are set at 17 flat. Down the straightaway. Here's the bell. The bell for Lavelle.
Brow furrowed.
81 seconds.
Heart full of run, pumping the arms.
Fiona Frazier in 2nd place now. And Caitlin Bounds has made her way into 3rd place, running 81s, 82s throughout this race. Lavelle striding down the back straightaway. She clicked off a couple 79s, and then last lap was an 81, prepping herself for this final lap. Inside 200 meters to go.
This is a brilliant run from Lavelle.
Lavelle, Gensichin was out early, and Lavelle was biding her time back there, pacing herself, but now it's all Lavelle. As she comes onto the home straightaway, the fans are going to let her hear it. And 12 and a half laps in the book. But look at this. We have a challenge here from Fiona Frazier. Can she get there? It looks like there isn't enough time left here for that to happen. It is Lavelle to the finish line, arms raised. She'll break the tape at 16:55. 16:54.83 unofficially. And Fiona Frazier in 2nd, 16:56, the Timberline Athletic Club. And then Caitlin Bounds, 17:02 for the Paralympic athlete. And Rose Gensichin, 17:04 after leading the race early. Here comes Megan Wagner on the screen, the Bowerman Athletic Club athlete.
So I believe, if my AI search is not failing me, that we just witnessed a world record.
For Caitlin Bounds.
For Caitlin Bounds. The previous world record was hers at 17:10. 17:02.50 for Caitlin Bounds, finishing 3rd on the podium in this race. Folks, that's a new world record.
That is her listed best on here, 17:10:37, and she knocks a whopping 8 seconds off of that, nearly 8 seconds, 17:02.5 for a new personal best and world record.
Unbelievable run there. What an inspired performance from Caitlin Bounds. Obviously buoyed on by the brilliant running of Marissa Lavelle, clocking off a bunch of 79s there in the last 3 or 4 laps. Fiona Frazier also closing incredibly strong. I thought for a second that Fiona Frazier may have miscounted the laps, but Caitlin Bounds, 17:02 world record. Unbelievable running.
And Bounds, knowing that she was in for something special too, closes in 76. So after clicking off 81s to 82s throughout the race, is able to throw down 76.5 on the last lap. As we start to enter shadow hour here in the electric forest on the first day.
I can't say enough about that. We just watched a world record happen.
That's pretty amazing.
That was pretty awesome. Closing in 76. That is absolutely flying over the final circuit here in the electric forest.
And we see Brannigan jog by right in front of us too as we talk about that world record. Who inspired Caitlin Bounds to get back into it after a stress fracture.
Her 17:10 previous world record was set at Drake this year at the Drake Relays on the blue oval there in Des Moines. Not to be outdone by the electric forest.
This is the place to do it here. And that'll conclude our open sections of the 5,000 meters, 4 sections of the men's, and the 1 section of the women's. We got to see a world record here. And now we're going to turn our attention to the high performance men's steeplechase. We'll have 1 heat of that will precede our hot window sections tomorrow evening. Last year in the hot window, we saw Isaac Updike set a new meet record, running 8:13 steeplechase. And Gracie Hyde got close to Courtney Frerich's record. She won last year in the hot window.
Got a little bit of time here as the athletes gather themselves in the back stretch. Want to make sure all of the technicalities are being followed here. We're crossing our I's and dotting our T's and making sure that the barriers are on the track. Wouldn't that be a surprise for these men if they got to the back stretch and had no barriers? What a different steeplechase that would be.
There we go. We have finisher here for the open 5,000 meters. Finishing up.
Oh, night. night. Love it.
Pulling the old Nicole Hawker and Josh Kerr celebration.
Putting this 5K to bed.
It's a good night now. Got that in the books. You can head over to the tavern up the street, Terwilliger Tavern.
Tryon Creek Tavern.
Tryon Creek Tavern, excuse me. They've got a model train running around the ceiling. Some great French fries too.
Great fries, great pizza, better people.
So now the barriers are being set up on the track as we get ready for this high performance men's steeplechase. And there's been some big changes in world athletics recently, Will, as we've been introduced to some new qualifying standards and ways to get those too. Standards being ratcheted down quite a bit, I would say. Next year, starting in August 2026, in order to hit the auto standard for the World Championships, you've got to hit 8:08, which is a bit steep.
You know, there's been a lot of talk about this, and I think that the world needs to just set it straight. That the World Athletics is not trying to fill their field with whatever the 32, 64, whatever it is, people under 8:08. the intention is that 40% of the field will be filled with athletes who have hit the automatic time standard, and the other 60% will be those athletes who achieve a top, whatever the ranking is, per the quota for the event. So when the standards came out, everyone was sort of, drop-jawed about them, but I think it's furtherance of World Athletics trying to drive everything towards a ranking system and sort of eliminating the necessity of having times. But by even having a time that's like an 8:08 for a qualifying time, you just frustrate the athletes and really confuse the fan, because everyone said that these standards are seemingly ridiculous, but the intention of standards in years gone by was that the field will be full of athletes that could hit that standard, which is now obviously this year with these new, we'll call them heroic standards. That's just not the intention.
It's well put. Well, it'll incentivize athletes to compete in meets like this going forward, to get points at bronze level meets, potentially even silver level meets, which is always an aim. This year, athletes are looking at, or to enter the U.S. Championships, they're looking at a standard of 8:27. The U.S. B standard is 8:43. As we look at the athletes on the line, who some of them are Americans and some of them are international athletes.
Well, even as you said, B standard there for USA's, Jeff, that was, I think that's the minimum standard. So, which was a long debated topic amongst the high performance committee at USATF, was how do we protect the sanctity of this meet and its exceptionalism by not just saying, well, if you enter with a 14-minute steeplechase PB, but we don't have a full field, then you would get to come. But now by maintaining a minimum standard, you have to say, well, this is your automatic entry, and you have to be at least this good to fill up the rest of the pack.
That's great clarification. The wave light pace for this is set at 8:40 for this high-performance heat of the steeplechase. So tomorrow we will see the hot window section of the steeplechase.
Love seeing some D3 boys out here, getting inspired by Sam Bleskowski, the summer of Sam. Absolute monster of a year, 2026 for Sam Bleskowski, sub-10 and sub-20. Lance Sabaski, who just finished second place in the Division III National Championships there from Wartburg, with his teammate Connor Sattler rounding at the back of that front pack. But these guys are coming out here ready to run. A lot of the D3 guys, they spend their years competing. They spend most of their season in the Midwest and looking for opportunities to get to a coast and run something really exceptional. Last year we saw Christian Pasca come out here and try and qualify for the U.S. Championships. Was that last year or the year before? I think it was last year, or was he trying to qualify for the trials? Either way, leading by example was Pasca. That D3 athletes very much should have a place in all of these postseason type of events where they can eschew the stresses of trying to win a championship and just go out there and run as fast as they possibly can.
And this is a great opportunity to do that here. The evening couldn't be any nicer here as we get to this point in the evening where it is very, very calm out here. And we've got a lot of shadows on the track. So now the entire track basically covered in shade and protected by the forest as these guys get out here and try to blast that 8:40 pace.
Chris Collette out there for Rhode Island Track Club, a former Wartburg athlete in his own right, Division III steeplechaser. So we've got Wartburg running 1-2 right now.
And then Maximilian Filion, the Canadian athlete, as these guys are running 69 pace and they're right on the lights. We also have Sadio Fenner in this race from the Ivory Coast. Jack Vincent in here sitting in fourth place too. So now getting to the pit once again, and we're close, if not ahead of those lights. They're staying in contact.
These boys are out there to cook today. Chris Collette's a beautiful hurdler, very efficient over these barriers. Sabaski trying to help his former teammate out, taking advantage of the opportunity presented today for them, starting to distance himself ever so slightly from third place, Maximilian Filion.
And that was a 68.9 on that lap for Sabaski. And 69 for Collette, as the two of them are pulling away from this pack. Filion in that third position.
Sabaski up front. Why not me? Why not me? Why not today? I'm not out here to run slowly. I'm out here to run fast. Didn't make the trip and spend all this money to sit and kick. Sabaski and Colette running 1-2.
Sabaski looking strong right now. Personal best of 840 listed here. 840.8. We know the lights are set for 840. He's surrounded by the orange of Lewis and Clark out here too, so feeling right at home.
It's got to feel at home for the Knights of Wartburg. You know that this stream right now is being flooded with D3 watchers seeing what Lance Sabaski can do on this beautiful track. Sabaski and Colette again. Sabaski starting to crack Colette.
And a 67.9 on that lap for Sabaski. 68.3 for Colette. And Sabaski hasn't gotten rid of Colette yet, but he is looking very strong as they enter the back straight. And we've seen many great steeplechasing races here in the past.
And the DJ is bringing the heat as these athletes enter their fourth trip through the water jump, trying to drop it like it's hot.
Here to the pit, safely through. Beautiful jump by Sabaski. Now the rest of the guys roll through. We got Colette, we have Jack Vincent, Maximilian Filion, Edwin Ciuta. And this is all Sabaski up front. Fans below us cheering on Jack Vincent, who's sitting in third place. Sabaski rolling through. And a 68.4, so he was ratcheting down the pace. He went 69, 68, 67.9, and now 68.4.
Sabaski and Colette. Sabaski clear of the lights. Colette smack dab in the middle of them.
So we're inside 3 laps to go here. As Sabaski starts to turn it up again.
Bit of a stutter step over that barrier in the backstretch for Sabaski. Colette over cleanly. But the annoyance of the lights are just sticking with Colette as he successfully navigates the water pit one more time. Sabaski onto the home stretch now for the penultimate time. Excuse me. Coming into 2 laps to go. Getting too excited for the steeplechase.
Sabaski looking incredibly strong out there. 800 meters to go.
The beauty of the steeplechase, even when it begins to get hard, the focus is always on that next barrier. Get over the next barrier cleanly. Sabaski's doing a great job. That was a fantastic hurdle. No wasted up and down vertical movement. Colette starting to lose those green wave lights ever so slightly. Sabaski starting to even grow further distance between himself and the prescribed pace of this race, which is just not fast enough to keep up with this D3 superstar.
What a run that Sabaski is having right now. We see Chris Colette, his former teammate behind him, holds the national record, D3 national record, 8:38. So we're looking at the wave lights at 8:40. Sabaski is in front of those. We'll see what he can do here. 8:38.46 is what Christian Colette has run in the steeplechase. And now the bell.
Sabaski hears the bell. 1 lap between him and potential Division III infamy. We're in that beautiful orange singlet of the Wartburg Knights. Wartburg assemble. They can hear you cheering from behind your computer screens and your televisions all over the U.S. Division III nation. No one has ever been more proud of Division III track and field than I am this year. Watching these athletes be inspired. Sabaski goes to the arms, drives down the backstretch, getting quicker with every stride.
And you can see that was a 68.9 on the screen there. So what can Sabaski do in this final 200 meters? He's got to clear this water jump cleanly here. in a bit of a struggle to get over that thing. Can he keep it together? He's really gritting his teeth now.
And Collette, a veritable Jordy Beamish behind him. If only he had the Beamish bun. But here comes Lance Sabaski successfully over the final hurdle. But what does he have over the last 80 meters? Here comes Chris Collette to challenge him to the line. Lance Sabaski's going to take it, but how fast will he run? 8:37 and change.
Sabaski does it. He does it in front of the former record holder, Collette.
8:37.25 for Lance Sabaski of the Wartburg Knights. Off the frustration and disappointment of a second-place finish at the national championships, Sabaski sets the Division III national record. Unbelievable.
And Collette just off of his national record mark too, running 8:38.49. Filion 8:49, 8:37.25 for Lance Sabaski. Look at that, in the D3 facility no less here at Lewis and Clark College.
D3 for life. Taking 3 seconds, a full 3.5 seconds off of his lifetime personal best. Running largely alone with the company of only his former teammate Chris Collette for the first few laps. But after that, it was all Lance Sabaski. What an inspired run from that young man. Fantastic. Here we're taking a look at the final 100 meters. Jeff, walk us through it.
Yeah, we can see it. Well, just as he approached this final 100, he took a big spit out the side of his mouth here and just gritted his teeth, got ready for it. And that final barrier made me a little nervous, but once he cleared that, it was all open track and then a point to the skies.
One can only assume that that spit was his previous 8:40 personal best. Trying to choke him with 120 meters to go. No, thank you, sir.
Got it done. Closing in 68.10 too.
We have a world record set. We have a Division III national record set. What else will we see this weekend at the 2026 Portland Track Fest? Only time will tell.
This is just opening night here this evening. We'll see. There he is. You can see him on the screen here celebrating. Sorry, that's not Sabaski there. That's his teammate. Sabaski is making his way to the couch. And we'll hear from him shortly here as we get these 10,000 meter races started. Very exciting tonight. Bronze label competition here in the Electric Forest. We have the defending champ on the men's side about to toe the line. Chris Maxon. And before we do that, we're going to send you downstairs to the living room with Dave and Sabaski.
And we're sitting on the couch. Lance Sabaski, Wartburg College, a new personal best, 8:37. Came into today, 8:40. Talk about your collegiate season and then having a personal best here in the month of June at the Portland Track Festival.
Yeah, for sure. The season started. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to hold it or not. Yeah, the season started at WashU where I ran at 8:40 with a whole great atmosphere, just like the Electric Forest here today. So I think that speaks a lot about the atmosphere and having people around me. I had Christopher, former teammate, 2 years. Reason why I was so interested in the steeplechase itself. Obviously, he set the record, the D3 record at this meet 2 years ago, and that was always really, really cool to kind of see. And then Christian Patska, obviously, 2 years, no, that was 3 years ago, Christopher, and 2 years ago, Christian Patska. Really cool to try to fill some big shoes and just add to the atmosphere tonight. And the season as a whole, I think it speaks definitely to the people that also represent the jersey that you're wearing and the camaraderie in our sport. I like to highlight that, and then obviously be able to end it here, kind of the season. So, it's all the glory to God. I wouldn't be able to do it without him. I tried to, surrender the outcome to him every single time, which is easier said than done. But that's kind of a long answer, but I think it speaks to the overall outlook on my season.
You're about to make me Kool-Aid Man go through this stadium. Absolute motivation. Obviously, you said you bought a T-shirt and you love the atmosphere here at Portland Track Festival. So I kind of want to talk D3. I'm from a D2 school, so Western Oregon. So we're not podcasting here. I wish we were. But what I will say is, what does it mean to be able to be kind of like that underdog mentality of a D3 school coming out here to Lewis and Clark, which is a D3 school, and being able to compete against athletes from all divisions?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really special because, Division III, we don't get athletic scholarships. There's no dollar signs hung over our head, which isn't a diss against D1 or D2. Those are just different atmospheres. you know when you're competing against D3, you're representing like very like-minded institutions and like-minded individuals. So to kind of sum it up, it's really, really special to, you know, rep D3 and give it a show here tonight at the Portland Track Festival.
Awesome. Thank you, Lance Sabowski, for the personal best for the mentions of Portland Track Festival. Back to you guys in the booth.
Lance Sabowski, Division III national record holder.
Legend.
We were checking some facts there during that interview, which was fantastic from Lance. We were saying that Chris Collette set the previous Division III national record here at the Portland Track Festival in 2023. Christian Paska comes out, try to qualify for Olympic trials in 2024. Lance Sabowski comes here, re-breaks the Division III national record in 2026. Electric Forest, where Division III athletes thrive.
Division III. We should make a Division III sign with a light bulb on top of each of the eyes. It's the Electric Forest. That's where the magic happens.
Oh, hey, what's happening, Mr. Drone?
What's up, guys? Hey, don't fly into this window.
Or do. I've got a couple dumplings in here for you if you want some. If you're in the Portland area, make sure you go to Duck House. Unbelievable dumplings and other delectations, fried rice, chow mein, fueling your humble broadcasters here in the booth for years.
Yeah, this is where we'll be the entire weekend. We got our sleeping bags up here. We'll be here tonight and just prepping, getting ready for tomorrow for all tomorrow's action. But before we do that,
this is like Christmas Eve, Jeff.
It is.
This is the preamble. It's to the big dance.
Tomorrow we get to unwrap the hot window in the evening. And before that, we got the high performance. We got Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco. We have the open sections. We have the Masters races. So much action. Before we do that, look at this beautiful evening that we're about to run 10,000 meter races in. We have the men's athletes set up on the line right now, and we're in for a treat. 25 laps on the track, and these are bronze level competitions, as we've said, World Athletics label. So there is money on the line, and you can see that if you go to TRACKLND.com and go to the Portland Track Festival meet page.
That's Trackland, but no A
That's
in
right.
Lund.
TRACKLND. And here we go. We're off and running. Got a number of athletes in this field of repute. Chris Maxon, as we said, is in this race. He won this last year, defending champ in 28:19, which is his personal best. He runs for the Union Athletics Club. Thomas Fafard is in this race. He's a 13:05 5,000 meter man, and also he's run 2:10 in the marathon, which is the third fastest debut by a Canadian. Also the Quebec record. James Mawara in this race too, and it looks like he's up front right now. Mawara, a Zag great from Spokane, well, from Tacoma originally, but Spokane for college. He's run 27:50 10,000 meters. Exciting to see him out there leading the charge, and I believe that is Fafard behind him. Mawara, back in the day, in 2019, came here as a senior in high school and ran 14:03 for 5,000 meters. So no stranger to the Electric Forest.
I think I heard it was his favorite track in America,
I mean, that's what I've heard too. Of course,
amongst many other notable athletes. This is their favorite track in America.
his college coach, Pat Tyson, walked into this facility last year and said, "I love this place. This reminds me of Old Hayward."
I just call that Hayward. There's Hayward and then there's New Hayward.
Okay, yeah.
There's historic Hayward and then there's Hayward. New Hayward.
Got it. So, wave light paces that we can see on the screen here. The greens are set for 28 flat, and then we have the second lights are 28:30, and the third set of lights, the red lights in the back, are 29 flat. So the pacing that we're looking at here, 67-second laps for the front, 68-second laps, and then 70-second laps for the third light section.
To your announcers in the booth, those paces seem unattainable. For 25 laps, 6.2 miles. But to the athletes on the track, dare we say, not fast enough. Thomas Fafard right now out in front of that 67-second pace light. The tempo not quite quick enough for him. This race might be too short for the marathon stud.
Fafard 2:14 through 800 meters, and we have Chandler Gibbons sitting in second place, James Moara now, and Jake Ritter of Railroad Athletics in that fourth place position. Shuaib Al-Jabali in the chase pack right there, running for the Hansons Brooks Distance Project.
I think it's notable to bring up that the rarity of athletes racing 10K on the track. It's an event that truly does not get competed very often. And so for these athletes to have an opportunity to come out here tonight at the Portland Track Festival with pace lights, with the vibes of the music, with the DJ pumping the jams, with the fans in the stands, they are taking advantage of this opportunity fully.
Especially in non-championship years as well. You see it run seldomly on the track. So this is a real treat that we get to see a 10K run tonight. We'll have it every single year. And Fafard out here carrying on the tradition, too, of marathoners racing the 10K here at PTF. We've seen Suguru Osako run 2 10Ks in a row.
Yeah, why not?
We've seen him win the Portland Track Festival 10K in 27:50 something, and then come back and get second place in the B heat. We've seen Galen Rupp run the 10K here. We've seen Des Linden run the 10K here, and Amy Craig run the 10K here. So many marathoners make this their specialty. Molly Seidel has run the 10K here.
It's a great time to go get like a very controlled effort in. You know, as much as you want to say, oh, we're going to go to that flat road course, nothing is flatter than a 400-meter oval. Go test your fitness.
That's very true.
Oh, I'm in 28-minute shape. Prove it.
And coming through, they're right on the lights still here, running 70 or 67 seconds as they're rotating through too, sharing the pacing duties. Chandler Gibbons goes to the front right now.
Seeming like Fafard tried to do maybe a little bit of a flyer off the front. A little bit of gentleman's. As you do, sir, please slot yourself in right behind Mr. Moara.
And awesome to see here, these athletes sharing the pace, circling through. Gibbons at the front, the former Kansas Jayhawk, driving this pace. And earlier this year, he ran 13:25 for 5,000 at the Track Fest. So he's in good fitness. We have marathoners in the field. We have 5,000 athletes. Moara right behind him ran 13:23 at Track Fest down in LA. So we have those 3 athletes, Gibbons, Moara, and Fafard, and then Jake Ritter, a tough athlete, races the 10K here every year, tucked into that 4th place position. Al-Jabali still leading that second pack.
You got to believe when Jake Ritter puts his gets a calendar out every year. Portland Track Fest goes down in pen, not pencil.
It's like that's what he starts with, and then you build your year.
You build your year around it. No, I'm sorry, I can't come to your wedding that weekend. It's Portland Track Fest. I don't care if that's your birthday. It's Portland Track Fest.
Well, Jake Ritter and I share a calendar. Okay.
It's just on his Google Calendar. Auto-populates.
Hansons Brooks Distance Project athletes sharing the pacing there in that second pack too. That's Afaworki, Zeru, and Shuaib Al-Jabali.
It does seem like the athletes there are closing this gap between themselves in the front pack. Maybe going out, there's intention from one of the Hansons who coached the Hanson Brooks Distance Project, Keith and Kevin. Start off a little easy. This is a long race. Start controlled. If you feel good, start to go chase some guys down. Don't get run away from. Be the hunter, not the hunter.
I've heard that from them before. I've heard that we hit hard in the second half of these races.
We thought the 5K was long. At 5K, these guys are only halfway done.
That's right. We've neglected to say so far, but we also have a high school athlete in the field too, Isaac Benjamin. from Kitsap, South Kitsap, Washington. He's in 13th place right now. 8:47, 3,200 runner in high school. He's running 10,000 here on the track. A few years back, we saw Tyrone Gorsey go after Rudy Chapa's 10,000 meter record here. Came up a little short.
Left a bit of his lunch on the track.
That's right, he did.
I'll never forget it.
Bent over halfway through the race. Let a little bit of lunch out, got back, ran 29 flat.
Sometimes you got to let some air out of the tires before you feel like you get some good traction, you know?
Moara pushing the pace at the front now for these guys. Fafard and then Gibbons, the three of them making a pact at least to work through this first part of the race. And then that's Zaru leading Al Jabali, Hanson's Distance Project athletes who have gotten themselves in front of Jake Ritter.
This is not a commentary on who's going to come out on top from this front group of three, but it does look like the pace comes a little bit more challenging to Moara. Fafard looks like he's floating through these 67s. Gibbons also looks quite easy at this pace. Moara seems like he just has to work a little bit harder to maintain it, but he's still very much in this pack. 17 laps to go. Just 17 laps to go.
In that same race that we saw Tyrone Gorsey run 29 flat is when the meet record was set here at PTF2. That was set by Athanas Kyoko. Meet record of 27:29. And now Thomas Fafard takes the lead once again. The 210 man, 13:05 man from Quebec.
Taking some notes from Gensichin earlier in the day, shaking out the arms, keeping it loosey-goosey. Also, with the light starting to fade here at Griswold Stadium, the lights become even more bright beneath their feet. So Thomas Fafard, I think we saw a little earlier when it was his time to go to the front, maybe he got a little bit excited. That pace started to get a little bit too quick for the group that he was with. He got ahead of these pace lights and now making sure he keeps himself in check. The pace of 67s, my man, not faster.
67. And there's nothing like this part of the evening here at the Portland Track Festival. We'll see this tomorrow in the hot window as well. It's where the sun hasn't quite set yet, but we're fully shaded here and we can see the lights on the track. And it is perfectly still.
Perfectly still. If you see any movement in the needles in these pines, it's because the air is being moved by fans clapping their hands. Not by anything of Mother Nature's doing.
And some shuffling up there as well as they continue to exchange the lead. Gibbons back to the front. Gibbons a Kansas Jayhawk, but born in Columbia, Missouri, so that's a bit of a departure there. A big rivalry there between Missouri and Kansas. It takes a strong personality to be able to do that.
Look, you go where the scholarships are offered, you know?
So 66.9 there for Gibbons. And Moara as well, and then Fafard hanging on to that group. Nothing separating them. They're running nicely up there.
Panoramic beauty there from our drone operator, Ivan. Absolutely stunning work. Gibbons at the front of this pack, continuing to drive the pace. I haven't been paying close enough attention to see how long the pulls are that these guys are doing. Is it every 400? Is it every 800?
So we have the three of them up there, and then further back, Al Jabali has moved his way into no man's land, and he is almost perfectly between Fafard in third place there and his teammate Afaworki Zaru, who is leading that backpack. So we'll see what Al Jabali tries to do. You can see him get on the screen here as he tries to approach that front pack. But these three men working perfectly in teamwork here as Gibbons rolls through again. 4,400 meters, 67.
Fafard seemingly going through a bit of a rough spell right now. Yo-yoing a little bit off those front two. We started to see a little bit of distance open up there. 10 hard steps to get back on the front of the back of that lead pack.
And it's still early days in this 10K too. We're before halfway. But there you see Al-Jabali and then Zaru. And Will Nation behind Zaru. Nation also comes out to run PTF every single year. Great to see him back. Gibbons looking for some help here as Moara goes back to the front. Attempting to stay on these lights. Moara and Gibbons breaking away from Fafard here. As you said, Fafard struggling a little bit. They're trying to maintain contact in the previous lap.
You know, there's something funny about marathoners that when they are so dialed to a particular event like the marathon, whatever that pace is, that's the pace that they can run. Anything even microseconds faster, and it becomes flooding the system with lactic. Aerobic beasts, and I don't expect them to fall apart completely here, but I did not expect at just 5K where they've come through there in 14 flat to see him hurting like this, but those 66s early, that 67, maybe that pace is just like a little bit quick for what he has in his legs right now. Not out here making excuses. Just, you know, just thinking out loud with my best friends in the booth. And those of you watching on TV.
Like you said, it is an interesting year to race the 10K on the track too, as there are no qualifying windows open currently for World Championships next year, or opportunities to race a championship this year. So this is purely for fun out here.
Yeah,
and the win.
Yeah, we never want to say a race is inconsequential.
No.
But the consequence of going for a pushing full send is not nearly as great as it would be in any other year when you're trying to qualify potentially for Olympic Games or World Championships.
This is the kind of gift you get where you could step on the track at the Portland Track Festival and just gun for the win. And that's what Moara is trying to do here, as he's pushing the front, leading Chandler Gibbons.
And if you're just tuning in, we're just past 5,000 meters into this men's high-performance 10K at the 2026 Portland Track Festival, Griswold Stadium on the campus of Lewis and Clark. What you missed, if you haven't been watching all night, is you missed a world record. A T20 Paralympic 5,000-meter record run by Caitlin Bounds. Unbelievable running. You missed a Division III national record set by Lance Sabaski in the steeplechase, in the 3K steeple. Unbelievable running. Those performances, no doubt, buoying the expectations of these athletes here on the track tonight in this 10K.
Well, as we're in this 10,000 meters now, too, I just want to remind everybody that you have the opportunity to go to TRACKLND.com and sweeten the pot if you'd like to. We have prize money put out for these athletes here, bronze level prize money for the World Athletics, bronze level status. But you can go in there and add money to the purse. But this year, something new that we are doing is splitting the Sweeten the Pot money and adding half into the purse, and then half goes into the Portland Track Community Fund, which supports local youth track and field teams and provides gear for athletes in need. So something that we believe in strongly here at Portland Track is that we want to raise running in the city, and we also want to raise the city through running as well. So these two initiatives bring the top athletes in the world to Portland so that we can watch them race here on the track. And then we also, as we inspire the next generation by allowing them to watch these athletes and providing the opportunity to, then we provide them with the resources to be able to chase their dreams themselves. Here we go. Moara back to the front as they continue to share the lead here. Moara, coached by Pat Tyson, college, went to the same high school as Pat Tyson in Tacoma. Not at the same time. Pat Tyson, of course, University of Oregon athlete back in the day. Steve Prefontaine's roommate.
That guy knows a thing or two about Hayward Field.
That's right. Next year will be his last year coaching at Gonzaga. As he enters a
Worthy of a mighty celebration.
much deserved retirement and a celebration. Moara coming up here. 17:55 on the clock as they get to 6,400 meters. And that's another 67, so they're clicking off 67s, and we know that. We don't need us to tell you that because they're right on the wave light right now.
Chandler Gibbons now to the front, Moara right behind him, just as they've been lap after lap. These guys better go get a beer together after this.
It's Gibbons and Moara. And Al-Jabali now is running with Thomas Fafard, and they're right on the 28:30 wave lights, the white wave lights. And then Afaworki Zaru is leading that third pack. But they've just, the leaders have just passed Isaac Benjamin there, the high school athlete in this race. Benjamin clicking off 71, 72s, and then 73s. And Benjamin coming through halfway in under 30-minute 10K pace. We'll see if he can crack into the 29s here tonight. But now Gibbons is back to the front.
Gibbons has been showing the effects of this pace for a long time on his face. It's sort of one of those telltale signs. It's what are we seeing up top? And yet, metronomically, he just keeps running 67. He's not going to let that pace get away from him.
Yeah, and I'm sure Moara is very happy that he's doing that as well, sticking with him for this length of time.
I think both of these athletes are very happy that they're out there together and not on their own. Get to shut off that brain for a couple laps at a time.
We'll see when they start to throw some haymakers at each other later into this race.
Fafard seeming to get some wind in his sails now with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Fafard coming back as he's in front of Al-Jabali, chasing those white lights still, which are at 28:30 pace. So we have Moara back to the front, right on 28 flat pace, and Fafard holding on to the 28:30 lights. You can see both of those athletes on your screen right now, all 3 of them.
Love a split screen.
And lapping athletes here as Moara is pulling Gibbons and trying to stay in contact with those green lights now at 28 flat pace. And here we are, 6 laps to go. 67.9 there, so pace is slipping slightly as they come through 7,600 meters. Mile and a half inside that to go. And Fafard coming down the home straightaway now. He's got 6 laps remaining. .21:43 on the clock for Fafard as he crosses. And now Gibbons back to the front, and Gibbons sinking his teeth in, trying to pull those lights back in.
When you pay that amount of money for the steak at the steakhouse, even if there's some fat on it, you're going to chew it.
I know I am.
Dang Skippy. Gibbons to the front, back in the middle of the pace lights, not letting him get away. Moara holding on for dear life.
Gibbons and Moara
To To say these guys are redlining right now, Jeff, I think is a bit of an understatement. How hard can they ride and how long can they ride that red line before some things start to get a little loose, some nuts and bolts begin to pop off. Right now, these guys still together in lockstep.
We're clawing back some 66 highs here. We're trying to get back in there, and Gibbons moves out, allows Mawara to move through again. And we'll see what Mawara does on this lap, because the last lap, I think he was struggling a little bit. But if he was allowed to at least rest a little bit behind Gibbons, can he throw down? Can he keep this pace going?
The vibes in the stadium are at an all-time high. The music is on point, but these guys are so close to each other. They have to be able to sense how the other one is feeling, and so is this the last time that Gibbons gets to take a little bit of a rest before it's him versus the rest of this field taking a final pull toward the finish line?
And that's 8,400 meters, reached 23:32, a 67.3 for Mawara. And he's trying as hard as he can to stay up there.
He's giving a yeoman's effort, that is for certain.
It was 22:24 through 8K. And I'm sure Gibbons is thankful for this effort here from Mawara, but we'll see when and if he wants to go around once again, or if he's just going to allow Mawara to pull now.
Yeah, there's the on-again, off-again sense where you just really want to have this be one continuous effort towards the finish.
We've seen both of these men show signs of struggling throughout this race, but they're still holding on to this pace and still fighting together.
Hard to say what they're feeling on the inside when all we get to see is the out. Mawara swings wide, Gibbons comes up the inside. 3 laps to go, almost into that last kilometer. We've eclipsed one of those last that we were talking about during the 5Ks, the last mile. They're approaching their final kilometer. Gibbons with his eyes set firmly on those wave lights in front of him as the light beginning to set here. He can see those lights very clearly. Will they get away from him, or will he be the better of those two competitors?
67.7 was that last lap, and that was attributed mostly to Mawara there. Gibbons now doing whatever he can to stay close to this, and Mawara not letting go either.
Not giving an inch. It does seem like when Mawara's in the front, he seems like he's running at the same effort that he is behind Gibbons, but we all know that when you're in that drafting position, you're saving those very crucial percentage points on effort, and that wind maybe just slowing him down ever so slightly. Gibbons in the front now.
This is one of those scenarios where I think we know less about how this race is going to finish than we thought we did a few laps to go.
Absolutely, they're now going lap at a time. 1 lap pulls per guy. Mawara now.
Inside 2 laps to go.
The leading duties are that of James Mawara and no one else at this point.
That was a 66.7, so pulling time back. And look at them now. They're both digging in. Mawara pushing.
Exchanging body blows, as it were. Each of these athletes, I think at this point, we are in a heavyweight bout for the ages.
Mawara pushing. And Gibbons not letting go. This is anybody's race right now between the two of them. This is either one of their race. 66.7, the last lap on the clock. And we're rounding in the penultimate lap here. James Mawara, Chandler Gibbons in the electric forest. One of these men is going to add their name to the champions list here at the Portland Track Festival.
James Mawara swings wide. Again, they're exchanging the lead. He wants a toe to the finish line. Is Gibbons going to give it to him? He goes on the inside.
There's still teamwork happening here, and there's only 1 lap to go.
It is the only way that you make a dream work, Jeff, is through that teamwork. Gibbons in the front, Mawara close on his heels. What was that with 67.1? Gibbons now starting to move through those wave lights with ease. Can they get to the front? Can he taste what it feels like to not be chasing and to be chased by technology?
Gibbons digging in, and now Mawara swinging wide too.
Onto his shoulder. 9,800 meters into this race. Gibbons now into the front again.
These men have done all of the work together for 25 laps, and nobody wants to let this one go. Who's it going to be? Gibbons and Mawara. They're entering the final stretch. On to Paradise Alley here in the Electric Forest. Mawara swings to the outside. Gibbons gives him a look. And now both of them go to the arms. They're driving down the straightaway. Who's going to take this? Gibbons looks like a fiend down there. Look at his face. And he'll take the win here. 27.54 high.
Strava prove it. Clicks the watch. That'll be up on the internet for all his fans to see here shortly. What a race.
27.55 unofficially. James Mawara, 27.55 as well. 27.55.98. If our stats are correct here, that is a 15-second PR for Chandler Gibbons as he takes the victory here at the Portland Track Festival and etches his name into the all-time champions list.
And there's only one thing that after 24 laps gets you to run a 61, and that's competition. Those two men just did an absolutely beautiful job working together, keeping the pace, keeping those pace lights very near to themselves, even as that pace was starting to get so hard. Chandler Gibbons was showing the effort of this race. 5K in, we could see him already start to grit his teeth. James Mawara we're not seeing it so much physically, but every time he would go to the front to take a pull, we'd start to see those lights get away ever so slightly. But 61 on the last lap, that is a way to take yourself sub 28.
That's wild. And we saw Thomas Fafard come through in third too, 28.44 for him. So able to hold on to that third position, although dropping off from the early trio that included Gibbons and Mawara. Afaworki Ziru, fourth place. Will Nation, fifth. And Shoaib Al-Jabali, 28.52, gets a sixth spot. So those are your prize money spots.
We still have athletes out here finishing this 10K. Hats off to every athlete that competes at this year's Portland Track Fest. Sub 30 minutes on the clock right there.
So we have Isaac Benjamin here on the track driving down the home stretch, and it looks like he'll be just outside of 30 minutes for the 10K, but a great showing for the high schooler. 30:06 on the clock for him. Back-to-back 15:03s for all you high schoolers out there.
About 4:48 mile pace, low key for the high schooler for 6.2 miles today.
Wild effort out there from Chandler Gibbons and James Mawara. I'm so impressed by that race. To be able to share the duties. Each of them looked like they were struggling at points in that race halfway through, but neck and neck down the straightaway to run 61 together.
And both meet 27:55, guys. Well, James Mawara has a slightly faster personal best, but here's that final 50. Chandler Gibbons going to the arms, working on his sprint mechanics, gritting his teeth, fighting through every last meter of the race and being rewarded with that shiny new personal best. Clicking the watch.
Looking like a man possessed out there coming in the final 50 meters. 27:55, a 15-second personal best, and there's the log round that he's got in his hand too. He'll take that to the couch,
where he might take a nap.
I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say on the couch.
Absolutely.
And we've got some time too. We've got there we go, photo for the family. Put that above the mantle.
Got Carrie Dimoff in the foreground.
Local celebrity here in Portland.
Hope to see her tomorrow.
She will be racing. I believe she'll be in the 3K. And we got athletes coming through in the 10K still. So back in the 27s here. Last year, Chris Maxon took the victory, 28-19. And he went on this year to run 2:12 in Boston. But this year, Gibbons, the man's got a bright future here. 27:55 closing like that.
Well, you know, if 28 was a 15, got you 2:12 in Boston, 27:55, that's got to be sub 2:10.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
see.
That's just how the math works.
We will see what Gibbons attempts to do. I mean, who knows? Marathoning's probably in his future, right? It's in all of our futures, Will.
It's an inevitable.
Here, women's 10,000 meter race, championship section, shaken out on the track. 25 laps will separate them from our knowledge of who will take the log round this year.
Is this the Firecracker 10K Championship of America? If the 5Ks earlier were the Turkey Trot Championships of America, this should be the Firecracker Championships.
Could be. What is that, 4th of July races?
Yeah. Aren't I feel like 4th of July races are always 10K.
Oh, yeah. That's true. They tend to be, I feel like, are turkey trots usually 8Ks or what?
5K.
All right.
For argument's sake, to support our thesis here, turkey trots are always 5K, firecrackers are always 10K. Prove me wrong.
I could get down with that. So we've got a great field assembled here as well for this bronze level women's 10,000 meter race, Portland Track Festival. Last year this race was won by Abby Nichols.
Heard of her.
And some great names over the history of this women's 10K. Abby Nichols won last year, 31:52.
Seeing a few more pro kits in this heat of the 10 than we saw in the men's race. And maybe even some peninsula distance athletes who will be coming back tomorrow.
See Claire Green on the line there. Getting ready to race. A couple years ago, she ran 15:30 to win the high performance section of the PTF 5000. Meet record held by Shalane Flanagan here, 31:38. And we get a look at the entire field lining up.
Two Savannahs in this race. Savannah Shaw and Savannah Rourke. Don't see that every day.
It's a great insight there.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
And here we go, off and running. And in this race also, Wu Ga He, Chinese runner. She ran 14:56 at the Track Fest earlier this spring. So she's entering 10,000 here. See what she can do. And out at the front, that is Chloe Scrimger, Brooks Beast athlete in her rookie season, former Georgetown runner. And she might be pacing this. We will see. But she's out in front of the pace lights as Wu Ga He moves her way to the front as the first racer. Got Wu Ga He and Claire Green.
Wu Ga He looking for those pace lights, knowing that 10,000 meters is nothing to be monkeyed with fast early paces.
And the front pace lights here are set for a 32 flat, and then 32:30 for the white lights, and 33 flat for the red lights. So Scrimger leading the way at 32 flat pace, or even in front of that pace. And then He in front of that pace as well.
Got Scrimjar up front, the pacer for this race. He following very closely behind her as they settle into those blue pace lights. Claire Green looking for something special today. Savannah Rourke, Jenny Schilling, Erin McDonald, Allie Ginther all there in that front pack.
And Huh with a personal best of 31:14 in this race too, or in the 10K, excuse me. She did that at Track Fest in 2023. This year she was 15th in the MasterCard Mini 10K, running 32:31. And she also ran 2:39 in Rotterdam earlier this year. So she's run 14:56 for the 5K on the track, 2:39 for the marathon, and now stepping on to the track for 10,000 meters. Claire Green comes in here with a 31:49 best, and she did that at the 10 last year, 2025. So ran the 10 this year again, didn't quite have the race that she wanted, so looking to get some revenge here at PTF in this perfect 10,000 meter weather this evening, and set up very nicely. Look at this pace train we have going on here with Scrimger at the front, the pace lights at their side, and not even a hint of breeze out there.
Not even a hint. Cool temps, low humidity. The weather is perfect.
64 degrees out here.
What's the perfect 10K weather? This.
This is it. This is it right here.
Where's the best place to be running a 10K in the world? Here.
And this is just a beautiful setting. Look at these lights against the tree. This is why we call it the electric forest. Look at this.
Because it's electric. Well, we saw in the men's race that we had a larger group up front for a very short period of time. It does seem that the pace prescribed in this race might be a little bit more manageable given the PBs on paper for a lot of these athletes. But again, as we said in the men's race, a great opportunity to just take a swing.
And we do have athletes with big goals in here too. Savannah Rourke in that position behind Claire Green comes in with a 32:49 best, and she's sitting on 32 flat pace right now. Jenny Schilling also 32:44, the Bowerman Track Club athlete.
She's on 32-minute pace.
And former UVA runner, Cavaliers. And then behind Jenny is Erin McDonald from the Peninsula Distance Club, and she's run 32:59. So everybody here running that 32 flat pace. Some of them have run quite a bit under 31:14. Some of them are looking for a big day here, but if you're going to have a big day, this is where you do it. Scrimger getting some good work in here too.
Yeah, this is great to see a young athlete learn about the professional ranks. Maybe not a race that she has a huge amount of desire to be competing in, although she is a 10,000 meter runner herself. But, feel what it is like to be at the front of a race, a professional race, and just get the vibes. Hear how these women, the professional women, sound around you versus your previous experience with collegiate athletes who are becoming increasingly professional.
77 seconds is the pace needed to stay on the lights, and that's what they're running. Be at 32 minutes, so they're right there. And even ahead of it, I mean, at this point, we're early on, and we can see back too that Savannah Shaw is attempting to bridge the gap. She's running on the red lights, which are 33 minutes.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a couple of these athletes, namely Huh and Claire Green, try and make some moves when the pacer steps off the track. But they're taking the ride for as long as they can. Clay Scrimger doing a fantastic job just clicking off 77s metronomically, obviously with the help of these beautiful wave lights that have helped elevate the world of distance running. Without a doubt, the lights have helped. Scrimjar breaking the win for them, allowing them to just focus on the person's back, the athlete's back in front of them, and not at the effort itself. It's such a help. It's such a help to have a great pacer. A bad pacer doesn't do much for you. Great pacer, that can help you shatter your own personal bests.
Well, this is a benefit that wasn't afforded to the men's race earlier, where they had to divvy it up amongst themselves. trading the lead with top 3 runners for a while, but that doesn't need to happen now for a while thanks to Chloe Scrimger up front. So these athletes can, like you said, just shut off and ride the train for a while. And then we'll see as we enter the middle stages of this race, well, how far Chloe Scrimger is going, and then who chooses to do what at that point. Do they ratchet down the pace? Because one of these women here it's great to see 5 of them in this race, because one of them will want to push at some point.
And if we know anything about the MasterCard Mini 10K course, is that it's not fast. So for Wu He to have run 32:31 on that course, it was also quite cold that day, if my memory is serving me correctly. No, that was just a couple weeks ago. That was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful weather, but very challenging course, albeit maybe a bit hot. I remember that New York City was going to get above 90 degrees that day. So quite warm conditions, quite the opposite of what we are dealing with here today, which is the perfect conditions.
Yeah.
But 32:31 on a challenging, hilly, hot road course, you got to think she's got more in her legs. Claire Green also content there to be, I'd say, knocking on the door for a PB territory, 31:49, and we're at 32-minute pace. But, you know, we saw those guys in the last race close with reckless abandon, that 61-second closing lap. So a lot of time can be made up over the final the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, that'll be determined at the end of this race for sure, in the second half of this race. Claire Green coming from the other end of the spectrum, having run 4:36 for the mile at the Hoka Festival at Miles just a couple weeks ago. So stepping up in distance, knowing she's got some speed in the legs.
Makes those early laps feel, slow.
So, yeah, slow.
Yeah, just slow. Chloe Scrimger beginning to lose a little bit of ground here on these blue pace lights. Wu He looking very in control, as is Claire Green, running 2 and 3. Savannah Rourke there in 4, wearing that ASICS uniform. No better athlete for these ladies to potentially run behind than Claire Green.
And now He goes to the front. As Scrimger looked like she was losing the blue lights slightly, it's He's decision to make a move, and she does. So He, and now Claire Green doesn't want to let He go away, so she's pulling herself back up as well. And this is the battle that we expected to see.
That's a very smart move from Claire. Obviously an aggressive move from He to pass the pacer, but she saw that those blue lights were getting away. That was an educated move from her, a calculated decision. And exactly the same can be said for Claire Green's move to cover the ground between herself and He. He has a personal best almost 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds faster than Claire Green. So Claire Green knows that she has a formidable athlete in front of her, one who is up to the task and has been there, done that, gone to the places that she wants to go in the sport.
But this is the kind of thing that you dream of, too, as you're out there training. That you want to be in a position like this where you and only you are with an opponent that is viewed as superior.
Worthy.
Yes.
Worthy opponent.
Yeah, on paper, could be superior. We will see at the end of this race.
Only laps will tell. Only laps will tell. Curious to see if these two athletes decide to work together, as we saw that camaraderie in the men's race between James Moira and Gibbons.
It'll be interesting to see. It looked like that was discussed ahead of time, that kind of effort, the way that they choreographed that moving through. So I'm not sure that was discussed by and Green, but who knows? We'll see.
Well, interestingly, He and Green have gone around who we thought was the pace setter in Chloe Scrimger, but Scrimger has now slotted herself in front of the other 4 pursuants in this race. He and Green now very clear right in the middle of those blue pace lights of 32 flat, following not close on their heels, but maybe 30 meters back, as Scrimger with a trio of ladies that she's continuing to help pull along lap after lap.
And there is prize money on the line here, too, so Chloe Scrimger's sticking in this. She'll get the points. She'll get the prize money.
Bob's your uncle.
Continuing to click off 67-second laps here. And moving up into the blue section. So the green section is the 32 flat pace, but the blues are ahead of that pace, so they're under 32 flat right now. And we know that both of these athletes have 31s in their sights.
The second pack of athletes working together a bit more effectively, I would say, than these front two, although the front two continue to be exactly where the pace lights are set, rocking those 77-second laps, lap after lap.
And yeah, there's some shuffling going on in that second pack now as Claire Green's Peninsula Distance Club teammate moves up into third, Erin McDonald.
Erin McDonald looked like she did not want to fall any further behind that pace up front than they were already doing. That's McDonald and Rourke. They're running 3-4. We'll see what their lap splits. They've clawed back some 77s now. So those in the front and those behind sort of running the same pace, but about 30 meters separates them at this point. We'll see if they can close that gap or if the two in the front will start to ratchet down the pace even further as these laps progress.
And it's still and Green up front. Green not looking to share the pace, it looks like, letting carry the load right now. But through 4,000 in 12:55, 77-second laps being clicked off.
Gotta think maybe with that recent 4:36 mile, Green is thinking, just get me to the last mile. If I get within striking distance of this race, I know that I can put the hurt on her. I've got the speed in my legs. She looks like she's got the endurance in her lungs, and that's what this race is all about.
And it looks like Erin McDonald is trying to get back up to this duo up front, too. She's sitting in that third position. She's clicked off a couple tenths of a second faster in the last lap, so she's trying to move her way back up to them. And 4,400 meters, we're at 77.5. McDonald 78 for that. And Rourke content to sit on McDonald too and let her try to do the work to get back up. So we have two duos right now. We have three duos, excuse me, because Scrimgeour and Jenny Schilling are also paired up, and you can see them all here on the backstretch.
The runners are going 2 by 2.
Thank you, Will. Scrimgeour and Schilling there on the screen. They're clicking off 79s to 81s thereabouts. But now continuing to push the pace, and Green sticking with her. Green just looks very meditative right now, I think.
Both of these athletes look they are just locked in. They're dialed. They know this is gonna get hard eventually, but right now they're sort of in those potentially comfortably hard laps. Looks like that's famed coach James Lee there on the infield, formerly coach of world champion Olympic medalist Bernard Lagat, coaching now over in China as the national team coach.
.77 once again for and Green. And then McDonald coming through, 78.9. And Rourke trying to stay in touch with McDonald, but it is proving difficult at the moment.
And Green looking fantastic out front, comfortably clicking off these 77s. And again, the numbers on our sheets are correct. Erin McDonald has a personal best listed of just under 33 minutes, 32:59. She is smack dab in the middle of those white pace lights, which is 32:30. That would be a 30-second personal best if she can hold on to those lights. That would be an incredible performance, something that she would surely be very proud of on the day. And Green up front, as they have been for the last about 2 miles, not giving each other an inch, and that's maybe as prescribed. Again, they're in the back to the silver-haired stallion, Coach Lee. shouting orders at his athletes, maybe not needing to shout, but calmly prescribing orders.
76-8 for that last split. So bringing it down slightly. And now we'll see. Is that some space developing between and Green? But Green, no. Wanting to push back up, trying as much as she can to stay close.
We saw this with Thomas Pfeffard just moments ago in that men's 10,000 when you had to start to fight to keep on the pace. Is that going to quicken your demise, or is it going to make your race? Again, we saw Green just try and cover that move. Out front of those blue pace lights, that's 32 flat pace, but she seems to now be feeling this effort. That gap, which was 1 or 2 meters, is now 3, 4, 5. Starting to really go to work, and Green starting to feel the effects of that pace.
And you can see Green quicken her stride every few steps just to try and push up, try to get back to It's becoming difficult.
I can think of that internal monologue right now is going, go, body. Come on, not yet.
And continuing to push out there. That was a 76-10. So bringing the pace down for Green, 77-1. And McDonald coming through in 78-7.
Does this spell disaster for an athlete like Claire Green? Is there an opportunity for Erin McDonald to close that gap ever further? Erin McDonald has been running her own race this entire time. Claire Green trying to match the moves as Wu Ga-hee up there in the front. Excuse me,
Yeah, on the front of the blues. 76-10. We'll see what she can do over this last half of the 10K. And whether McDonald can move her way up to Green, or what Green can do too, now that she's come uncoupled from Wu Ga-hee.
Looks about exactly the same as she looked the last 6 laps. Just in control, bouncing along nicely. A lot of energy coming off the track. She looks very within herself. Claire Green does not look bad by any stretch of the imagination, but just that effort has begun to creep in. 10 laps to go. That's 2.5 miles. That's a long way to hurt.
75.9 for Wu Ga-hee. So fastest lap in the last 6 to 7 laps for Wu Ga-hee.
I wonder if there was a consideration of these wave lights to pick it up, to increase their pace as the race went on after 5K, because if she's running 76 flat and she's not running away from the lights, then those pace lights have picked up.
Yeah, I don't know how they're programmed or prescribed right now, but set for 32 flat. And it looks like is right at the in front of 32 flat, which is the greens. So bringing that pace down. Green back there. You can see them lapping runners now. Green's last lap, a 78-second lap, and Erin McDonald 79. So there's 11 seconds separating the two of them, but now there is over 4 seconds separating and Green as runs another 76 flat.
I want to believe those lights were set at 77s for the first 5K, and they'll be set at 76s for the last 5K, because has just run 76 dead, and she is at the front of those pace lights where she's been for the last 4 or 5 laps, looking fantastic.
Could be, and I think that they can be reprogrammed mid-race, and maybe
that's what James Lee was running over to the finish line doing. Hey, make those lights speed up.
Maybe
she won't even know.
That's a devious plan by James Lee.
It's like a coach always saying, you thought you were done after 10 400s? We're doing 11 today.
Yeah. So 79-second lap for Claire Green for the last lap. We said 76 flat for and Erin McDonald 80 seconds. As we come up once again, and this will be 7,000, as we hear some clapping in unison going on down on the track. And they're encouraging her as there's 8 laps to go. And that's a 75.7 as we get to 6,800 meters. So bringing this pace, just ratcheting it slightly, ever so slightly, and 79 seconds for Claire Green. So now there is a 10-second gap quickly between her and Green.
13 seconds separates Green and McDonald. So I wouldn't say that this race is all over by any stretch of the imagination, but these gaps seem to be staying at a very consistent distance lap after lap as we're getting this information provided to us very beautifully by Athletic Timing. You can follow along, athletictiming.net.
Savannah Rourke in 4th position, 22:19 through 6,800, and she's flicking off 80-second laps. So she sits about 5 to 6 seconds behind Erin McDonald, who's in 3rd, and then once again down the home straightaway. This is Wuga Ha. And through 7,200. 75.7 once again. So inside 7 laps to go now.
She took a look back at those lights as to say, hey, are you going to take a lap?
You're right. She's not. She's staying at the tip of those lights. It looks like they're coming right out of her shoes.
I don't know if those lights are being set for a pace or if they're just set to stay with her. If she speeds up, you go with her. If she slows down, you slow down with her.
She goes by Savannah Shaw there. Making her way around the steeple pit. We'll see that in action again tomorrow. We saw that amazing D3 record set today. 8:37.
Lest we forget, the records that we've seen broken tonight are innumerable. World records, national records, personal records.
You know, there was a world record set at Portland Track Festival once upon a time before this, too. The spouse carry that Nick Simmons broke.
That's a Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, right.
Not an athletic world record.
I think he had special hiking boots on when he sprinted 100 meters carrying.
Carbon-plated super foam hiking shoes.
Yeah, this is before their time, but it was probably cutting-edge technology.
Okay, this is the first that we've potentially seen of a crack in the armor of Wuga He. 76.4 when she'd been running 75.7s for the last couple of laps. The lights beginning to maybe eat her up as she was starting to gobble them up for the last couple.
And Claire Green also trying to pull herself back, too. She was running 79s, but she got 77, 78. So composing herself, keeping her position, staying well within that second position.
Common knowledge says that the 400 hurdles and the 800 are the most painful races in track and field, but I just have to courteously disagree.
It's a different.
When you are riding the line in a 10K for 5,000 meters and it is burning from your calves to your quads to your stomach to your heart to your head, and you have to tolerate that for 12 and a half laps. There's nothing quite like that.
Yeah, the 800 meters short. It's a very specific pain.
Oh, it stings.
Yeah.
For about 100 meters, and then you're just kicking, and then it's over. And maybe you throw up afterwards. That's fine.
So Huh here back 75.8. So she comes back after that 76-second lap. 8,000 meters reached in 25:39.
That is some serious running.
And doing it all by herself as she took the lead from pacer Chloe Scrimger early on. And Chloe Scrimger did not stay in the race. She did her pacing duties through halfway and then stepped off.
Hats off to Scrimger for leading the front of this race, and when that pace began to bite a little bit too hard, having the wherewithal to sort of step aside and then get with the second pack of athletes. I think that was a fantastic, very mature move by a very young athlete.
Yeah, Wuga knew she wanted to step out there, and that was her decision to do so. Everybody handled that gracefully. Huh coming up here to 8,400 meters. And now inside 4 laps to go. That was a 76.1. So still cruising out here. And I'm curious to see what she has once we get to the final 2 laps here. We'll see, because she's been staying at the very front of those pacing lights. So once she gets into that comfortable space where if she does have enough to give, like, is she willing to step out there and blast it, I guess. But yeah, now getting in front of these blue lights again. And Claire Green clicking off another 78.
And if you're at home and not in the stands, you're missing the DJ pumping Baboni through the ears and out of the speakers of all of us, all the fans and the athletes. They're absolutely vibing to this energy.
And Wugaha coming down the home stretch once again. We saw Jenny Schilling on the screen too, up in front of her. But 3 laps to go. That was a 75.8.
No one knows the potential of their athletes better than a coach, and no one trusts anyone in their athletic endeavors more than they trust their coach. Wugaho very much looking towards James Lee there, who's positioned perched up, right near the common start-finish line of this 10,000 meters, just looking for some instructions, looking for those words of encouragement to keep going, to press on. And you know what? When do I take the gloves off? When can I let this baby go? This engine has been purring for a long time. The turbos are spooled. She's now in front of those blue pace lights. Is now the time that we see Wugaha unleash on this women's 10,000 meters.
And we saw her go by 5th placer Jenny Schilling back there, the Bowerman TC athlete, who's been running 83s for the last handful of laps. Your top 3 right now, Green, Erin McDonald, Savannah Rourke in 4th, and then Jenny Schilling. Here comes again. 2 laps to go. And that was a 76 flat. So what do we think? Are we going to roll this into the finish? Are we going to see?
I think we should just cut away.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
We're going to commercial break. No, we're right here.
Wugaha on the backstretch for the penultimate time. 650 meters remain. Those pace lights at her feet are 32 flat. She's been running 76 seconds per lap, 75.76s, and came through 800 meters to go in 29.27. She needs to break 2:30, run about 2:30 to break 32 minutes. Does she have it in the tank? 32.15. Sorry, I think it was 32.15 or 32.30 that she ran on the roads in New York in a hot, hilly race. On the track here, perfect conditions, 500 meters to go, on to the home stretch for the penultimate time. Fans in the stands rising to the occasion, cheering her on. What does she have left? The men's race, there was competition, there was camaraderie, there was someone there pushing. Right now, it is just Wugaha against herself.
There's the bell. Wugaha comes to the line. And 400 meters remaining here. And it looks like there's a little more pop in her step. That was a 74.9 on that lap.
She clicked the watch. She wants to see what she can do, how fast she can roll this last lap, and she's leaving those lights in the dust. Checks the watch. Boom, 15.
And I think we were right. This was planned. This is, if she clicks the watch there, then this was planned. She's going to launch into this last lap, and she's leaving the lights in the dust right now. So down the back straightaway, you can't even see them anymore, and she's stepping on the gas. 200 meters to go. Check the watch again. So we saw a 74.9 on that last lap, and she's going to the arms.
James Lee offered to buy her dinner if she could close faster than the men's race.
And now it looks like she's digging in. She would have to close in under 61 seconds if that were the case, but it looks like Wugaha is going to close pretty quickly here as she's powering down the home straightaway, and she will be your champion here of the Portland Track Festival 10,000 meters in 2026 as she breaks the tape in 31:53. And that was a 71-second final lap from Wu Ge, the Chinese athlete. And now, coming into the finish here, Claire Green powering down the home straightaway. And she's digging in. She's toughed this one out. She was hanging with Wu Ge in the first half of this race, and then she's been by herself the rest of the way, and she'll come in for second. And she'll clock 32:25 on that, mustering a 75-second lap for that last lap. So 31:53 for Wu Ge, 32:25 for Claire Green. And Erin McDonald now closing down the final straightaway. The Peninsula Distance Club athlete. This is Claire Green's teammate. And powering through, here she comes in the black uniform. And she'll roll through the line there.
Very close to her personal best. 33:07, previous personal best 32:59. So well done to Erin McDonald for running a very strong race, taking some swings early, taking some chances when she felt good, trying to capitalize on the opportunity. As our finishers start to flood across the line now.
Savannah Rourke comes through in 33:21. And Jenny Schilling comes through as well in about 33:40, thereabouts. 33:39.8. So those are your top five. And here comes Brianna Robles of the Hansons Brooks Distance Project. She'll round out your top six. At Robles 33:58, she'll get under 34 minutes, and she closes in 73.
Also, you see on the screen there, always a track fan cheering on every runner. Mikey Brannigan standing next to new world record holder Caitlin Bounds. Bravo to both of them on their races today.
That's awesome to see. World record holder right there.
Just cheering on all the finishers in this 10K. Ellie Ginther, 34:17, coming down from Vancouver.
The T-Birds, let's go. Madison Offstein, Central Park Track Club, 34:31.
I gotta think one of the hardest things to do in track is to know that you're having a bad day in a 10K and that there isn't even a qualifying window open for you. That's gotta be tough.
Those are the days that make you right there.
But you know what? That's why they don't call runners quitters. Not out here to quit, out here to run.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, with this sport, it means something if we give it meaning, too. And here, we love to see it. We love to see the effort. People of Portland love to see it. So, if you're going to lay it out there, do it here, please.
Through our victories and our defeats, we are tough. What a day at the races. We still have, I think, a couple more athletes maybe out on the track finishing up this 10K. I did see, I think this is Amy Morganti. Saw her click the watch there.
This is Amy Morganti. She's from Auckland, New Zealand.
Also trying to see how fast that last lap could be. Love it. Everyone's challenging themselves today.
She's out there flying around the track right now.
One lap to go.
And then you can see Wu Ge. She's got the log around. Chatting with Coach Lee. Talking over that 71-second final lap. 31:53 effort here to take the win.
That was an impressive run.
It was. It was fun to watch.
Again, I love technology. Athletictiming.net telling us that Wu Ge's 31:53 is a top 25 time in the world this year, over 10,000 meters.
Wow.
So that's just to tell you how special that performance was. How world class that is. Only 24 people in the world have run faster than that in the calendar year of 2026.
Here we go, Amy Morganti here on the track, closing it out, getting an opportunity to race 10,000 here and to open it up in first night of the Portland Track Festival. Tomorrow we begin at 3:05 p.m. with the open heats, and then we'll roll to the high performance heats and then to the hot window. Morganti coming into the line here. Close it off, clicking her watch too. 37:30 on the clock.
And if you're just tuning in, you've missed an entire night of fantastic track and field.
Yeah.
Where we saw world records, national records, personal bests abound. From 800 through 5K, through 10K, through steeplechase. This is the preamble for the big day tomorrow.
We've got the big day tomorrow, and you can see there's the total prize purse there. And if you sweeten the pot, half of your addition goes into the prize purse, and half goes into the Portland Track Community Fund, which supports local youth sports and athletes in need with gear and entry fees and lots of other cool stuff, keeping our entry fees low for the all-comers meets. This last year, we provided uniforms and equipment for St. Andrew's Nativity School. Pretty awesome.
I'd say so. So that's very awesome.
Yeah.
If you're watching this feed right now and you didn't pay a buck, maybe throw a couple into the pot. Sweeten it up.
There you go. We love bringing you track and field for free here, streamed anywhere around the world. And if you would like to, you can add into the purse. You can add to the community fund, and we'll say thank you. All right, look at that facility. This is the Electric Forest, and tomorrow, an entire day of track and field awaits us, capped off by the hot windows, fast sections of the steeplechases, 800s, 1500s, 5,000 meters, and we also have a women's high jump.
We have track and field.
That's right.
We will not be outdone. We will not be Grand Slam track. We are Portland Track and Field Fest.
Yeah, tune into the high jump tomorrow. We'll show you. There's the high jump mat there on the top D section of the track, as we call it. All right, that'll do it this evening for us tonight. Will, I'll see you tomorrow. From everybody here from Portland Track, from the Trackland team, thank you for tuning in. See you tomorrow at 3:05. Good night.